No, it's not made for children because it's going to be GTA 5! Right, hello everyone, Ian here. Oh my god, I'm really loud. Hold on, let me turn that down a little. Hello everyone, Ian here. How you doing today? I need to sort out the sound on my microphone because I was just talking to one of my mates and... Oh, okay, never mind, it did it for me. Okay. Hello everyone, Ian here. How you doing today? Today I'm going to be playing some GTA. Actually, yeah, I'm going to be playing some GTA, but first what I want to do is that I want to react to more chills. If you guys don't even know if I watch this here, chills. I love to react to horror stories, scary stories. Stop stabbing your phone to death. Okay. I've seen something similar, and I don't know if they're actually good. Wireless charging thingamajiggies like that. But you know what? Let's watch this.
I hope you're ready to spend some time in the comments section, because today I'm analyzing videos that are stressing people out big time. Number 14. This video will have you questioning how safe your food is if you live with roommates. Basically, a woman in South Carolina was caught on hidden camera, opening up the fridge and spraying select items with window cleaner. At first, it looks like she might simply be cleaning a dirty spot on the shelf, but when she takes a container out that still has food in it, gives a few good sprays, and then puts it back, it becomes clear that she is tampering with food. Since there is a hidden camera in the first place, I'm guessing she has been doing this for a long time, or at least long enough to make her roommate suspicious. She even almost notices the camera at approximately 1 minute into the video, but seems to shrug off the sensation of being watched. When faced with the evidence, she was put in a first offenders program and faced no time. Do you think this is fair based on the video, or should she have gotten a harsher punishment? Number 13.
She should have got a more harsh punishment. That's food. We have to eat food that those people have to eat, and she's spraying chemicals all over it. That's filthy. That's absolutely disgusting. She should be ashamed of herself for doing that. In fact, why is she doing that? She's mental in the head for doing that. She's a thick F-U-C-K. That's what she is.
A Reddit user named Necromimi posted this CCTV of a ghost captured at her friend's home. A translucent figure walks back and forth from one side of the room to the other multiple times, often fading from sight about midway across and reappearing a few feet away. After a while, it becomes slower and moves in place, eventually fading away into an orb that floats up towards the camera and disappears. The remarkable timing of this event rules out any possibility of a glitch, which makes me suspect that this was either some clever editing or truly paranormal. Number 12. This Aztec wind instrument has been terrifying people for hundreds of years, and you're about to be next. The noise is supposed to replicate your final screams, and is even said to haunt your dreams. Listen to this and tell me how stressed out it makes you, if at all. Here it is again, this time in a professional recording studio to get the full effect. I definitely can hear how this sounds like someone screaming for their life.
Yeah.
Can you? Number 11. A man films the road ahead while speaking in a different language. I'm not sure what he says, but it sounds like he's trying his best to stay calm in the face of danger. If you can translate this part for me, it would really help.
Dude, why?
Dan jauhilah segala jauhilah segala kejahatan, ya Allah.
He slowly turns around the camera to reveal a hooded figure floating in his car. Only the upper half of its body is visible, and there's total darkness where its face should be. He doesn't dare look at the phantom in his rearview mirror, instead keeping his eyes on the road and letting the camera look for him. If this isn't a prop, then what could it be besides a ghost? Number 10. A solid stream of worm-like invaders moves in unison across the forest floor while a dog whines with fear. Listen to the noises their dog makes and try to tell me it's not warning them to get far away.
Hold on, let me check the camera first. Yeah, that's terrible lighting. I want to shut the curtains so that way it looks a bit better. That looks proper blue and clear on this camera. This looks like a proper good colouring and everything on this camera. Oh, here we go. This looks better. Oh, poor dog.
There's got to be some kind of logical explanation in nature for this, but it sure looks like the start of a parasitic invasion to me. And when another canine joins in, I can't help but suspect this group has discovered something they'll soon wish they had never come across.
I don't care about stabbing my phone to death. It's an iPhone 6, so.
Obviously the animals are on guard, but from what exactly is my question? This group has discovered something they'll soon wish they had never come across. Obviously the animals are on guard, but from what exactly is my question? Number 9. A YouTuber named Yvonne hears a noise coming from her kitchen and grabs her phone to record.
Why are you
After
tilting it
15 seconds of
sideways?
silence, a cabinet door opens to let an item drop onto the counter.
Oh my god.
The obvious answer is that someone pulled a string to open it. However, the cabinet opens to the right and no one is on that side. I guess someone could have been directly underneath, but when Yvonne gets closer, you can see nobody is on the ground, so I'm not sure what to think. Number 8. This person's nails are just long enough to produce one of the most stressful sounds ever recorded. If you somehow are able to keep from cringing from stress at what I'm about to show you, consider me impressed. Worst of all, judging by these claw marks seen at the very beginning of the video, I think they tend to enjoy making this noise all of the time.
I managed to do that at one point. I purposely let my fingernails grow out really long so that way I can go, eh! You know, that horrible screeching noise, exactly like that. Because I've got a cup, it's not here with me, that I can actually do the loud scratching sound on, and I'm used to it, so I can't really cringe from it.
Number 7.
What is that? That's scary. Is that lightning? What the hell is this?
One night in 2018,
Whoa, what
this
the
intense
hell?
blue light was seen flickering in the sky all across New York City.
New
The light
York?
was so intense that you could see its reflection on the water, as if it were the middle of the day. To the left and right, the sky was still dark, but in the middle was a blazing blue event of massive proportions.
What
The
the
official
hell?
explanation is a power generator failure caused by an arc of electricity to shoot up into the sky. But here's the thing, there was no blast, no fire, no one hurt. Firefighters didn't even examine inside of the building it allegedly happened in, according to news reports. And when you look up stories about the incident, a large number of the headlines seem to go out of their way To specifically mention it was not aliens kind of makes you wonder. Number 6, this video, taken from a YouTuber named Finder Lurker, is from 2005. He is certain of a paranormal entity
2005?
frequenting an area of the house that no one uses, so he sets up a camera and leaves. In
This
the
looks
beginning
fake.
of the video, you can
This
see these
looks
2
fake.
small eyes in the background, which is definitely weird, but it's nothing compared to what happens next. Arms appear from all sides, and then this head pokes out from around the corner. Its eyes white pinpricks of light and nothing more. One arm stays above them as if waving hello. It quickly disappears from wherever it came from, and then the camera begins to shake, eventually becoming dislodged and toppling over. It does feel a little too set up in my opinion, but whether all of this was an actual ghost or just some kids messing around is ultimately up to you to decide.
I'd say
Number
some kids
5,
messing
a
about.
YouTuber named Chloe
It looks
Constance
too
travels
fake
to
to
the
be real.
haunted Morton Corbett Castle in England to put her ghost summoning skills to the test. First,
They're using
they
a
ask
Monopoly
any
board.
spirits to make the candle flicker if they are nearby. The candle does indeed flicker, but it looks like it might have been edited, so I'm not sure
Or
how much
blown.
time passes between her request and the flame's movement.
I want you to flicker if somebody's there.
But when Chloe tells the spirit to make a sound, this object flies by the camera. The pink object looks like a hand, but the question is, was it one of theirs? Only the person holding the camera is close enough to move her hand, so I guess it could have been hers, but I'm not sure. Still, if you slow down the video and look to the left, you'll see a bright white light appear as soon as Chloe says to make a noise. Look at her sister's pink sleeve to see it. Either way, they seem stressed out and call the video off. Number 4, a YouTuber named Terrapin Joe has handcrafted a collection of sailors that, when activated together, fills the house with a shrieking laughter that can drive you insane. Maybe this is just a part of the sound sample being used, but I think I can hear one of them screaming louder than the rest here at 36 seconds into the video. Not only that, but the eye of this one becomes totally black at 46 seconds before going back to normal, almost like it's giving you a wink. Number 3, a YouTuber named Area Awesomeness claims these pet leeches are for more than just a show. Apparently they can help treat things, but the only way to experience these supposed benefits is by letting a leech latch on to you. And believe it or not, these ones are only about a year old and not even full size. Adults can grow up to 2 feet in length and would pack an even bigger bite. With this in mind, the whole situation stresses me out too much to try it, but that's
What?
just my opinion. Tell me what you think about this part.
They can either be fed, I guess, human blood, animal blood, whatever you prefer.
And if you would be brave enough to try, number 2, please don't try this yourself.
Oh,
but apparently
oh,
there's
no,
a part of the
oh,
eye
no.
that can be touched without producing a stinging sensation.
That's true, because my sister used to do this. She literally used to put her eye down and just touch it. And at first, and every time I saw it, I was like, wow. But seeing someone else doing it, it's like, ugh.
This person pulls down their eyelid and gives a sharp poke to the outside corner of their eye like it's no big deal. He presses.
But the thing is, my sister used to poke this part of her eye. She never used to poke this part here. It was only ever this part here. And I don't know why she'd do it, but
down several times in a row without even watering up, which is certainly more than I can say for myself while watching this video. I don't even want to know how he figured out this bizarre trick or how many times he had to practice before getting it right. Before we get to number 1, my name is Chills,
That's
and if you're
horrible.
curious about what I look like in real life, then go to my... But I don't think you should follow these instructions to check it out. It's a proven fact that subscribe by
what, do
here
you
on
think the
YouTube
video's
every
rubbish?
Thursday and Saturday. Number 1, a YouTuber. named on YouTube every Thursday and Saturday. Number 1. A YouTuber named Visually Creeped TV is walking around a cemetery in Wisconsin when he hears creepy whistling from within a crypt that is locked and 100 years old. Take a look and try to tell me which direction you think it's coming from.
Let's go walk down here. What the?
The only thing I find odd is that he initially looks in the opposite way of the crypt. When he first hears the noise, if the whistle was truly coming from inside of the crypt, I think he would instinctively turn the other way. He quickly walks around the crypt to verify no one is around, and then he hears the whistle again, this time where he just was moments ago.
Oh, like right behind me.
Hello?
Overall, there's no easy way to fake this video. It doesn't really sound like speakers or anything like that, and it does sound like it's coming from inside of this structure, but the gates are chained shut. It's my job to make you shiver.
The one where the guy's poking his eye, it made me feel weird, and it hurts my eyes, and it gave me a headache. It's horrible. Okay, top 15. On the
Number
internet.
15, Robin Yarna. We've either heard or possibly experienced having a horrible neighbor. However, one individual has amped this dispute up to new extremes. A YouTuber known simply as Robin Yarna has posted over 7,400 videos as evidence against his supposed noisy neighbor. There's just a slight catch to these videos. The noise the neighbor actually makes is minimal, to the point of being drowned out by outside background noise. The so-called unbearable noise is simply light conversation, barely making its way into the home, but most videos are simply a dark screen with white noise, likely from the camcorder itself. As if that all wasn't strange enough, it should be noted the channel's photo is that of several handguns. Cracked.com included Yarna's channel on one of their lists, in which they suggested the noises are from sources only Yarna can hear. Considering how sour disputes can go, it's scary to wonder how far Yarna will be driven. A thought made scarier by his YouTube channel icon. Of course, there is no way to tell if this is possible, but we can't be blamed over speculation due to both the picture and strange nature the videos bring. Furthermore, the Cracked article points out a part in one video where children's feet are heard running past the camera in close proximity, which makes you wonder how close Yarna was getting when recording his videos. No new videos have been posted in 10 months as of this video's upload, and we hope the dispute will end peacefully.
And when was this video done? Okay, so... my ear. Ugh. So he doesn't... So he doesn't leave any links then, okay.
Number 14, David Icke. Born in the UK, Icke started off in a soccer career before moving into sports journalism and even politics as a spokesman in the Green Party. Things took a turn for the bizarre when, in 1991, he resigned from the Green Party and held a press conference, during which he claimed he was the son of Godhead. In the same conference, he claimed to know the world was going to end in 1997, premonitions given to him through voices he was hearing, and a process known as automatic writing. Icke has also become a
1997. A load of people believed the world was going to end in 2012, but clearly not. We're still here.
major proponent of the idea reptilian shapeshifters are secretly controlling the world in an attempt to form a fascist single government world. Some people he includes in this are the British royal family and the Bush family. As absurd as his claims are, a recent study in the US revealed around 4% of Americans believe Ike's claims. Today, Ike maintains a website which grants him a place on this list. He also gives lectures worldwide, with some amassing 6,000 attendees and lasting as long as 10 hours. What has led to these beliefs in him remains a mystery, but it continues to attract people. Number 13. Human Being 151. There are obsessed fans, and then there's Human Being 151. This YouTube channel, run by someone referring to himself as Insomniac, features over 1,300 videos, none of which seem to be grounded in reason or reality. Insomniac has a major fascination with musician P. Diddy. In fact, every single video Insomniac uploads includes an urging for P. Diddy to check his MySpace profile, as he has left several messages with no response. According to Insomniac, the message is very important. One Redditor, whose account is deleted, has claimed to have contacted Insomniac, stating his methods are unproductive and he should message Diddy directly, but the responses were strange and not a direct answer, just stressing he needs to talk to P. Diddy to, quote, live the dream. After being asked why he uses YouTube instead of direct contact, is in order to show people his talent, as he puts it. However, Insomniac's motives remain unclear, and as to why he chose P. Diddy as the best example is a mystery. He also refuses to say what his message to P. Diddy actually is, therefore we cannot determine how credible the claims are. Some of the videos offer footage of Insomniac's room, which is overflowing with notebooks and has papers scattered reading more messages to P. Diddy. He claims to have written over 150,000 songs, which could explain the amount of notebooks. At the moment, only this video is available for public viewing on YouTube, and there has been no updates from him in over 8 years. Whether or not P. Diddy ever responded or has ever even heard of Insomniac is unknown. Number 12. Attempt to toss soon. There is a cliche in film to have the ending reveal it was all a dream. This unlucky person actually experienced this trope in real life. A Redditor using a temporary account replied to an Ask Reddit thread asking,
have you ever felt a deep personal conversation to a person you met in a dream, only to wake up feeling terrible because you realize they never existed?
have you ever felt a deep personal connection to a person you met in a dream, only to wake up feeling terrible because you realize they never existed? This is a pretty heartbreaking experience, but a user, who we will refer to as Temp, had it several steps beyond heartbreaking. During college, he was attacked by a football player and knocked unconscious. While he was out, his mind created an entire world of its own. In it,
God's sake! Go away, adverts. We don't care about you.
he met a wonderful woman. They got married, had a daughter, and lived a happy life. Several years later, he noticed something odd about his lamp and stared at it for days, freaking his wife out and causing her to temporarily leave. Something about the lamp made it click in him that his whole life was fake. He had experienced 10 years in a matter of minutes. The lamp grew large and slowly. Temp felt a great deal of pain, and he finally woke up on the sidewalk. The revelation the last 10 years weren't real was devastating, and he says he went through 3 years of severe depression, mourning his wife and a daughter who never existed. In the message, Temp said he would not do an AMA, so we don't know any more information about him. Several replies have detailed similar things, although not to the extent of 10 years. It's scary to think at any moment we might wake up and discover several decades of our life may have never happened.
I could be dreaming now, thinking that this is my YouTube, and YouTube's a pile of crap and all that now. But really, I know that I'm not dreaming. I know that, like, I can feel that. Ow. I mean, like, Jacksepticeye could still have green hair. Markiplier could still have red hair, blue hair, pink hair. My nan and granddad might still be alive. My other nan from 2009 might still be alive. He experienced 10 full years in what, 3 minutes did he say? Jesus Christ. Oh my god, wow. I could be 8 years old right now and not know that. Like, I could easily get severely depressed and wake up and be like, oh my god, none of this ever happened. Where's my computer? Where's my TV? Where's my gaming computer? Where's my 10-year-old computer? Where's my Xboxes? Where's my friends? Where's everything gone? But then I could just realise it was all just a dream, like that poor guy. God, that is a shame for him. That must be a shame.
11. The Coheed Stalker. New York band Coheed and Cambria have gained a large following due to a mix of their impressive and extensive science fiction concept albums and for their talent in progressive rock. Sadly, the fame has led to some unwanted attention. Frontman Claudio Sanchez has based much of the storyline on his personal experiences, which continued with the band's 2012 release, The Afterman Ascension. Before writing of the album commenced, Sanchez and his wife were targets of a rather deranged woman. She posted videos on YouTube and contacted Sanchez via Twitter. The woman had claimed to once be a fan, but quickly changed her attitude towards the band and began verbally attacking Sanchez and his wife. Before Sanchez could report the woman for her harassment, her videos suddenly vanished and Sanchez never heard from her again. Since the woman has gone silent, it is unknown what led her to turn on Sanchez, although it is speculated to be mental illness of some form. It is one example of how fame is not all ritz and glamour, but also juggling those with scary situations. Number 10. The Pyramid Ransomer. The Great Pyramids are by far one of the greatest achievements in building humans have ever been capable of constructing. They have also been a source of conspiracy and mystery. It is well known the pyramids were built as tombs for the passed away pharaohs, but there's been speculation they were used for other purposes. On November 17, 2011, a video appeared on YouTube titled, "You have 30 days to pay me $5 million. The description reads, "I just want to sell my silence. You have 30 days to pay me $5 million. Otherwise, I will upload the full version of my video." The video itself are a series of snippets of the man traveling to the Great Pyramid of Gaza and cut short of showing him drive an RC car inside. After 30 days, the full length of the footage was released. The RC car, equipped with a camera, drives down a long tunnel deep into the pyramid. Suddenly, it comes into a large chamber where a mysterious figure is seen inside, before cutting to nothing. After that, complete silence from the video's uploader, whose identity has remained a mystery. People became confused as to whether or not anything was actually shown. There was also a consensus the whole thing was a ruse, meant to either fool someone into actually paying $5 million, or to fool people into believing some large conspiracy. Regardless, it sparks curiosity as to what this person's motives were, whether he actually found someone, if it was a ruse, or if it was the workings of a mentally disturbed person who believed he had found something. Number 9. The 4chan Gasser. Crystals are beautiful natural formations, causing people to develop an attraction to them. We all might remember science experiments in our childhood where we were able to make our own crystals. A 4chan user anonymously posted a recipe to create homemade crystals, which could be made using home products. The ingredients included several pennies, salt, ammonia, and bleach, followed by the blowing of bubbles into the mix with a straw. However, there was a very important thing left out of the instructions. Their combination made them very toxic to breathe, even a tiny amount. It would appear the anonymous poster was trolling, which could have been deadly for anyone who tried it. The mixtures would create chlorine and chloramine gas, the former of which can cause severe complications to the airway, eyes, and burn the skin, while the latter can do that on top of cause liquid to build up in the lungs. Prolonged exposure to both can cause blindness and even passing away. Thankfully, people
bloody
familiar
hell.
with chemistry quickly exposed the person and warned people not to follow the instructions, listing the dangers mentioned above. The mysterious gasser disappeared, and any hopes of discovering their identity were futile due to the anonymity. It is very lucky several people with a good eye were able to spot and call out the person's malicious intent. Considering the severity of the effects the gases have, it is hard to consider this meant to be a harmless joke. It is unknown if anyone was unfortunate to have not gotten the warning and attempted to create these crystals, but thanks to several unsung heroes, many people were spared the suffering. Number 8. Yay video games. On the subreddit Best Of, user I Bleed Orange recollected how a mysterious user had posted over 4,000 comments in a single thread on our gaming, all unrelated to the topic, and with several mysterious and creepy photos. Before all this, Yay video games was brought to the attention of users after he replied to a question asking users their favorite Oblivion mods. The user answered jokingly with the uninstall button, then went on to describe the game as good, but that it leaves a lot of junk on the computer before naming an actual mod. When someone else asked for an explanation, Yay Video Games replied with, "The uninstall button, the game is great, Ubisoft go Steamworks bye bye, always on DRM, but if you oft go work, always on work DR, check out the junk it leaves behind in you." This, of course, raised some eyebrows, but things were about to get weirder. Yay Video Games continued to post in the thread. Some of the oddities he has posted are a Shell gas station with the S light out, a surreal painting of men in their underwear, with other men mock pointing at them, some propaganda, and the list goes on. Eventually, Reddit itself got involved and eventually deleted Yay Video Games' account, believing it to be a bot. However, who made the bot and why remains unknown. The account has even become an online urban legend due to its surreal and unsettling posts. While we will never know its true purpose, Yay Video Games helped to inspire the imagination of Redditors for its duration. Number 7. Cool 3D world. Well, some may call this art, others will never understand it. In October 2016, a 3D animated video appeared on the internet, which depicted a very strange and nonsensical storyline. In it, a nameless individual with shiny copper colored skin and a large nose is frolicking through a rural area holding a glass bottle and dancing to some jazz. The bottle contains miniature versions of his own head. He then goes inside his house, where he sits on the bottle and then releases more miniature versions of his head. The film ends with him leaving the house again, skipping. The video was uploaded to Facebook by Cool 3D World with no description and no explanation. Within a day, the video was shared 10,000 times, with many being completely freaked out by it. Now, freaked out is a stretch, but it is certainly a bizarre piece of media. There is still...
Oh, Jacksepticeye has shown stuff like this. Yeah, stuff like this. Earth and Moon Jacksepticeye has shown. Yeah.
No explanation over the meaning of the video or why it was made, and most importantly, who made it. If Cool 3D World has any explanation, we welcome them to explain here in the comments. Whether or not they ever will is up in the air.
Hold on, they've shown Earth. They showed Earth and Moon. Hold on. Earth and Moon is horrible. Blech. Hold on. It was. I'm bad at spelling. And. Ah, yeah, Cool 3D World. Yeah. Like, why do they make... Yeah, here it is, the bottle. And then Funny enough, their most popular one is Earth and Moon, I believe. I know, horrible. Absolutely disgusting.
Air. Number 6. Reborn dolls. Sometimes something meant to be adorable can come off as disturbing. Reborn dolls are a series of realistic dolls resembling babies and toddlers. This art form began around 1939 and was popularized in the 1990s with the aim at creating dolls as lifelike as possible through a variety of techniques and materials. These artists are so dedicated to creating the authentic look, they even get in the details as small as the coloration of veins, showing against the skin. The dolls themselves are certainly beautiful, well made, and authentic, with the artist putting amazing attention to detail. However, it is hard to deny how unsettling they are as well. Their lack of movement accompanying their realistic features causes them to give a creepy, lifeless stare. Cracked put it best when they describe their images: scream inside of your mind with 1,000 ghostly voices. This leads to what might be the best way to describe the dolls: haunting. These dolls can be sold for upwards of $350. While the mystery surrounding those who are interested in purchasing a doll, of course, we know a vast majority of people buy them for their artistic quality, but we certainly wonder about those who have bought one with creepy intentions. We of course have respect for the artist behind these sculptures, but again cannot deny the feelings their artwork gives us. These are certainly not dolls we would buy for a children's playroom. Number 5. Chris Chan. Sometimes it's the internet's fascination with an individual that is strange, not the individual themselves.
Hell?
Christine Weston Chandler had been the subject of great interest since her appearance in the public eye back in 2007. Then known as Christian, Chandler began making artwork of her combination of Sonic and Pikachu, which she dubbed Sonichu. The character became the subject of a series of adventures. However, Sonichu is only one piece in people's interest in its creator. Chandler's behavior online and real life has stirred both controversy and intrigue. Chandler was born with high-functioning autism, a developmental disorder which causes difficulties in social interactions, communication, and repetitive behavior.
That can be true because, as I've said, I have autism, but I don't think it's anywhere near as what his one is. What did you say? High intense autism or something like that? Well, I don't think mine's like that, but I do struggle to put words out to people. Like I'm struggling right now. I do struggle to say what I'm thinking. That's it. I do struggle to say what I'm thinking sometimes. Like, I could say something and some people would understand it, like my mum for instance, she'd understand what I'm saying, but if I say the exact same thing to someone who doesn't really know me, or if I say it to a teacher, they'd be like, what? They'd be really confused. So I could easily say something rude and not intend for it to be rude. So I could say something like, no, I'm not going to bother. But like I said, I could say something that wouldn't actually come across rude, but for some people it would be, and I wouldn't catch on until it would be too late. So yeah, stuff like that. It's just scary and horrible and just
Chandler believed it was necessary to get a girlfriend in order to be fully happy. Chandler was even expelled from school for a year after she made posters detailing her wish to find a girlfriend. Since her discovery on 4chan, the internet has taken to her like wildfire. A series of events have happened since then, which her fans, for lack of a better term, have dubbed sagas. These include her various clashes with online trolls, people who have pretended to be a woman interested in Chandler, people attempting to help Chandler, and Chandler's eventual coming out as transgender. All this would be too much to go into detail, as would be a list of its own, but YouTuber Suchmo released an hour-long documentary on the subject. Chandler's popularity is beyond comprehension.
Okay, so the man is actually a man, but who dresses as a woman? I'm confused.
And she is the most documented internet celebrity with a massive Wikipedia page with thousands of articles. There are several possible reasons as to why the internet would find.
Or was Chandler actually... No, Chandler actually a woman? Was she born as a woman but then switched to a man? Or the other way around, I'm not sure.
Find Chandler's story so intriguing and shows how the internet's obsession with someone can be stranger than the subject. Number 4. Humanimals. We all know about the world of furries by now, but these people take it to the next level. Humanimals are a group of people who use a combination of body paint and prosthetics in order to create a detailed and realistic looking animal-human hybrid art. Their website describes themselves as highly visual and engaging walkabout act designed to add the wild dimension to your event. The company has had some high-profile clients, including Royal Academy of Art, Lush Cosmetics, and Ubisoft. They have also made appearances and conducted interviews on Canal Plus. The group also made an appearance on Britain's Got Talent in 2018, where the judges all gave them an X, despite the abstract theme and what some critics have called creepy. The artwork is very well done and realistic, making it hard for anyone not to see the hard work behind creating these walking art pieces. These are something the groups above were able to see, thus leading to their collaboration. Their own videos also show the group has a sense of humor, not taking themselves entirely seriously, and able to jest and have fun. However, it is also an uncommon sight to behold, and is certain to drop a few jaws as these actors are seen walking down the street. Number 3. Confess stalker. Stalking is a terrifying thing to experience, which the internet has in some ways made easier to do, while many of use engage in minor instances of it. There are those who take it to the extreme. Redditor Daryl Pratt posted on the subreddit legal advice with an unusual question. Daryl casually explained how he has followed a girl whom he referred to as a minor celebrity on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. He claims to have sent her kind messages and that she blocked him for no reason. He then made another account and begged her to unblock him, only to be blocked again. Now the story would usually end after this first block. Fewer would reach the second, but Daryl took things further when he created another account under a different identity in order to comment on her posts. He describes her as the best thing in my life and will therefore continue to make false accounts to follow her. This leads to his question as to whether or not this is illegal. Of course, the responses are overwhelmingly in agreement that it counts as stalking, and find his description of his thoughts towards her as creepy. The top poster suggests Daryl grow up and find a better hobby than stalking. Furthermore, Daryl has made comments on other posts which reference his own, and has made other posts to the subreddit relationships, asking advice on the same subject. The last time he made any communication was over 2 years ago, where he said he might be dead by that night. It is unknown what happened to him afterwards. He was saying he would not harm the girl he was referring to, but people were understandably concerned over Daryl's obsessive fantasies over someone he found on the internet. Number 2. The Filmarillion.
He must have killed himself.
A beautiful name for such a strange case. The Filmarillion is the name of a 97-page document released on 4chan, which includes poems, notes, and several art pieces addressing a user named UTV Gabby. Before Filmarillion's release, its author, the archiver, had excessively messaged UTV's threads on the sports board, eventually leading to UTV to angrily respond for the archiver to leave them alone. The oddness escalated on July 1st, 2013. The archiver released a sonnet dedicated to UTV, totaling 3.5 stanzas. On September 8th, the archiver began something known as the Bait Club, with the goal of finding UTV's personal information, followed by the release of 2 cryptic YouTube videos on the archiver's account. Then on October 6th, the Filmarillion was released. In the preface, the archiver explained how he has followed UTV over 200 threads, but now his parents have discovered his activities and forced it to stop. He released the document and then disappeared from 4chan. Aside from the poems, notes included floor plans for what the archiver stated would be their apartment with UTV, and even promised to plan UTV's funeral because he would pass away, quote, in 60 years or 60 minutes. Even more disturbing was a ransom note forged using words from UTV's posts demanding $64 million for UTV's parents to deliver in exchange for their son's return. The archiver in the preface apologized to UTV, stating this was their final message, and then was never heard from again. Interestingly, UTV also went dark after, and there are rumors he contacted authorities and went into hiding out of fear for his safety. To this day, nobody knows the identity of either person and what led to this obsession. We hope both parties were able to move on from this and live regular lives today. Before we get to number 1, my name is Chills and I hope you're enjoying.
Okay, that last one I didn't really understand. What I'm still shocked about is the animal-human hybrid things, because it must take them hours to put all that face paint and body paint and all that sort of weird stuff on. But I wonder why they dress up like that, because that is kind of creepy looking, and in a way it's, as he said, walking out. Kind of cool at the same time, but still weird. But this last one here, I didn't fully understand. I blanked out a little bit, to be honest with you. But something about someone paying them $40 million or whatever to give their son back or whatever. I don't know. I'm just confused.
Oh, what? My mic, it's a.
Whoa! What the hell?
You'll be notified of the new videos we upload every Tuesday and Saturday.
That might come up in a minute.
Number 1, Markovian parallax denigrate. The internet loves a.
1 minute. What the hell's going on? Mum? What the hell's going on? What's going on? There's loads of banging. I just wasn't sure if anyone had an argument or whatever, or... Oh. I don't know, I just heard banging, so... Yeah. And, oh my god. I weren't sure what was going on, because all I could hear was loud banging, and normally that's a sign of everyone arguing or whatever. So...
Puzzle mystery from Cicada 2201 to unfavorable semicircle. Less discussed is something known as the Markovian parallax denigrate. In what is possibly the oldest internet puzzle mystery, MPD surfaced on the Usenet boards back in 1996. On August 5th, hundreds of cryptic messages were posted into discussion boards throughout the Usenet, all of which seem to have random letters forming unintelligible language. The identity of the poster remains unknown, and so far nobody has been able to offer a confirmed explanation as to MPD's meaning. There is the belief the letters are placed in conjunction of some sort of secret cipher, similar to the number station. Several people have made attempts to crack the cipher, but without any luck. We are no closer to solving this mystery than when it first appeared 20 years ago. There's also the idea the lettering is correlated to the chat boxes from back then, but the programmer remains unidentified. There's even an idea the code is linked to anti-war activist and alleged spy Susan Lindauer, although there's no substantial evidence to this and she denies being involved. As the decades drag on without the mystery being solved, it would appear the mystery would never be solved, but it still piques interest as the predecessor to Cicada 3301. Thanks for checking out this video.
started to get pain in my right and my left arm. Phone calls. I have a phone. I could try them phone calls to see if they actually exist and if they are real. Hold on, be right back. I need the toilet. Hello? Why is the spray bottle on the floor? Well, you was just in there. Don't smile. That's not funny. Hurry up, I need the toilet. And I still need the toilet. I don't care if you have to do it or not. Yeah, no wonder why that keeps going. You just keep wasting stuff like that for no reason. No. Really, you just did it. Mate. Oh, came back just in time to hear that. Time, literally. Be right back. then he has to come, don't he? But then he has to come, don't he? I know I said I'd have the toilet and come straight right back, but an argument nearly just started with my brother because I was asking him why there was a spray bottle on the floor and him wasting all the shampoo and spray and everything, and I just don't trust him. And he's only 10. My brother's 10 years old. He's made my mum cry God knows how many times. I just don't trust him. And that's what I find really scary, because I just don't trust my brother. And he's 10, and I'm sick of having the feeling of not being comfortable with him when he's my brother. I should feel comfortable with him and trust him enough to not cause arguments and stuff, but every time I do, an argument happens or something else happens, and that really stresses me out. Because it's like, why argue? Why bother arguing? Why saying that? Why bother saying this? Why bother saying that? Why doing this? Why doing that? Why bother doing this? Why bother doing that? Like, I'm just sick of it, I really am.
Number 15. Final words. It was 2008 in Minnesota. A 19-year-old college student was heading home one day when he wound up in a ditch on a gravel road at night. He called his parents on his cell phone to get help. When they began looking for him, they couldn't find his car and spent 45 minutes searching for Brandon, who was on the phone with them the whole while. He said he could see the lights in the distance. He thought it was a town nearby, so he was walking toward it when, suddenly, he shouted 2 words. That would be the last anyone heard of Brandon Swanson. Brandon's car was found, not in the area he said it was, but volunteers and dogs never did find Brandon. Even after searching for 120 days, the phone records showed that he was never near any town. So what lights had he seen? Could they have been extraterrestrial? Only Brandon knows. Number 14. Static calls. Have you ever had a phone call that haunted you for life? Redditor Mastrias's brother did. He wrote, "A few years ago, my brother would get a call on his cell phone around 2 to 3 a.m. Every night, he would answer and it was this hellish sounding noise, like static mixed with screams. What would you do if you got a phone call from hell? You'd probably change your number." And that's exactly what his brother did after a month of these calls. When he did, it stopped, but not for long. After a week or so, it began again. Mastrias writes, the exact same noise, exact same time. Finally, one day, he decided to backdial the call. It was an old man that had no clue what he was talking about. Still, the calls persisted. If he didn't answer, it would call a few more times. No messages were left. Now what? What would you do if changing your number didn't prevent Satan from calling? Probably switch your phone company, right? That's also exactly what his brother did. He ended his contract, changed phone companies, and even got a newer number. When he did, it stopped again, but not for long. You guessed it. The screaming static calls continued after a short delay. Mastrias writes, by this time, he was terrified every night, unsure why this was happening. He backdialed the number again and got a different person. Who was making these phone calls? When he backdialed, the person on the other end of the line again seemed to have no clue what he was talking about. His brother then lost his job and no longer had a phone contract. Thus, no more calls, right? Not quite. His mother received a strange message on her home phone, and when the boys listened to it, they heard the static screaming. At this point, Mastrias's brother was completely freaked. He called the number back. It said the number was disconnected this time. Mastrias said, never heard from it again after that. Souls screaming out from below. That just gave me the chills. Number 13. Phone.
That just gave you the chills, but you are called Chills. Okay, top 15 then, but still, you know what I mean.
Call to hell. Another Redditor, Elmerte17, experienced a similar satanic phone call, only he didn't receive the call, he dialed it. I was calling a friend one time, dialed his number, didn't hear any rings, but there was an immediate click like someone picking up, followed by a lot of weird noises, some sounding sort of electronic, and others creepily like human screams and wailing. It was like accidentally dialing a fax machine, if the machine was powered by souls. The fax machine again. At least this demonic fax machine wasn't dialing him after repeated attempts to change his number. Like the previous victim, I hung up, hit redial, and got through to my friend who said he never got my previous attempt. OP explained. Number 12.
That's weird.
The Titanic Mystery. Redditor.
Wait,
Alex
what?
the Great posted this interesting mystery phone call that will
Titanic
have most of
mystery?
us diving for the history books. Violet Jessup was a woman who survived the sinkings of the Titanic and the sister ship Britannica, he writes. Years after her retirement, Violet claims to have received a telephone call on a stormy night from a woman who asked Violet if she saved a baby on the night the Titanic sank. According to Alex, Violet answered in the affirmative, to which the caller said, "I was that baby." The caller then laughed and hung up the phone. This was all recorded by Jessup's friend and biographer, John Maxtone Graham. He believed it was just some village children playing a practical joke on Jessup, but in response, Jessup said, "No, John."
Ah! Same adverts over and over. Why?
I have never told that story to anyone before I told you now. According to Alex, records indicate that the only baby on boat 16 was the sad Thomas, who was handed to Edwina Trout and later reunited with his mother on the Carpathia. Was the sad Thomas the mysterious caller, or was John Maxtone Graham right in thinking this was a practical joke played on poor Jessup? Number 11. Carnegie Call. Andrew Carnegie Whitfield was the nephew of the famed Andrew Carnegie, you know, the industrialist that Carnegie Hall in NYC is named after. Yeah, that guy. Well, this nephew and namesake of his was an amateur pilot. One day, in April 1938, he departed Roosevelt Field, Long Island, headed towards Brentwood, an airfield nearby. The flight was routine and should have taken Whitfield, a skilled pilot, no more than 15 minutes. The sky was clear, the day was calm, but he didn't make it to Brentwood. Of course, being a Carnegie, a search was launched immediately. When he seemingly vanished, Whitfield was believed to have plenty of fuel, so they assumed he just landed elsewhere nearby, but in spite of an extensive search, Whitfield was never found, and neither was his plane. An investigation into the matter only deepened the mystery. Investigators found that Whitfield had checked into a hotel on Long Island under the alias Albert C. White. Earlier that day, all of his stuff was in his hotel room, along with some stocks and bonds, and 2 life insurance policies of $6,000 each. Whitfield's wife was the beneficiary. This is where the mysterious phone call comes in. Phone records showed that a phone call from the room was made to Whitfield's home that day. This was in the day of phone operators, and what the operator claimed to have overheard was Whitfield saying to the call's unidentified recipient, "Well, I am going to carry out my plan." Then he hung up. What was this plan? Why was Whitfield in the hotel under an alias? What was up with these life insurance policies and all the rest? Authorities believed Whitfield had driven his plane into the sea on purpose, but they never found anything to confirm this theory. Others undercut this theory by pointing out that Whitfield had no serious financial or personal issues and was happily married, so would have no reason to do such a thing.
Mum. Yeah. Hold on a sec, guys. Just need to mute my microphone and turn the camera off. Right, I'm back. It's just my mum talking to me about something, that was all.
Others think he ran away from his life for reasons unknown, and some alleged sightings of Whitfield were made in the years thereafter. Whatever happened, the phone call he made home remains a mystery to perhaps everybody but Whitfield and the call's recipient. Number 10. The Zodiac. 25-year-old Donna Lass was a first aid station nurse at a South Lake Tahoe casino. One day, in 1970, an unidentified male made a phone call to both Lass's landlord and boss to let them know Lass had some personal issues, an illness in the family, and would be leaving town for a bit. Lass's boss must have had a sixth sense because he wasn't buying the story. He called Lass's mother and verified it was a lie. They found Lass's car at her apartment, but she was nowhere. The last entry she made in her logbook at work appeared as though it had been cut off before she finished it. 6 months later, the San Francisco Chronicle's reporter, Paul Avery, received a postcard that somewhat clarified the mystery of Lass's disappearance. The Zodiac, by that time, had sent a series of cryptic messages. He may not have been responsible for her disappearance at all. He may have only been claiming credit for it, as only an insane man would do. But if not the Zodiac, who made those phone calls? Number 9. The non-existent phone call. Redditor 7 Ralphie has a mysterious phone call story that will chill you to the bone. He and his family were in the process of moving to a new state, and his father went to check out the progress being made on their new house. In the meantime, they were staying at a Motel 6 on the bad side of town. His was the last room on the top floor. As he tells it, in the middle of the night on the last night he was in town, he was awoken by the phone ringing in his room. He groggily answers. It was the front desk, and they say something along the lines, "Sorry to wake you, but we've been receiving a couple of reports about rooms being broken into and some stuff being stolen. We are calling to make sure you lock your door and are safe." My father replies that he is fine and hangs up. Creepy enough to be called in the middle of the night like this. But what comes next is even creepier. To be on the safe side, the OP's dad decided to get out of bed and check that his door was locked, but as he sat up, he saw it was ajar. He checked the room, only to find that nothing was missing and no one was there. He peered out the door and finally discovered something odd. His shaving kit was sitting on the windowsill in the hallway right outside his room.
Funny enough, I had something pretty similar with my lunchbox. It was like I had just finished one of my lessons, and I was walking back to my classroom to get my lunch. But before I went in the classroom, I saw that my lunchbox was sitting on a window, and the lid was And what happened was that the lid was off and the lunchbox itself was actually open. But when I checked to see if anything was stolen, like any food or whatever, I saw that nothing was stolen. So I don't know if anyone put anything in my lunchbox to just to creep me out, or if anyone actually did something disgusting to it. Like, I don't know, but I ate it. And thinking about it, I kind of wish I didn't now, because they could have put something horrible, like a chip or something inside me to I don't know, track where I'm going or what I'm doing. It could have been a teacher for all I know. I don't know, but it only ever happened once, and it was my lunchbox. I know that for a fact, because I had all my stuff was in there. And I actually told, and I think I remember telling my mum. I think I told her. I'm not too sure, but it was really weird, because someone actually went into my bag, opened my lunchbox, and just left it on the windowsill for no reason. And I came back and I was like, why was my lunchbox on the windowsill? Who did that? Like, it was really, really weird. It was really strange. And it's kind of a coincidence hearing this, saying that some guy's shaving kit was left on the windowsill.
Grabbed it, shut and locked the door, and then quickly called down to the front desk. The OP said his father told them, "Hey, you just called me about the break-ins around the hotel, and I just want to report that my room was broken into when I was sleeping. Nothing stolen, and I am fine. Figured you would like to know." And bemused, the front desk replied, "You must be mistaken. We never called your room, and we haven't received any reports of break-ins. Was the phone call a dream? Had the OP been sleepwalking? If not, who entered his room? And why did they take his shaving kit and leave it in the hallway? All I know is, I wouldn't want to get that phone call in the middle of the night at a Motel 6. Number 8. The masseuse. Sick of telemarketers phoning you up? Redditor Koma has had her fair share, and this mysterious and rather creepy phone call tops them all. She wrote, "I picked up the house phone once, and a guy launched into this long spiel about how he was training to be a masseuse and wanted to work on foot massages, specifically on females. When I told him we weren't interested, he carried on asking if he could interest me in a free foot massage. Despite my repeated insistence that no, I'd rather not, until I eventually hung up. Was it a spoof, a real masseuse, or perhaps just some sad sap?" The OP said, "The bit that makes it creepy, I was 10 and had a pretty obvious kid voice." Number 7. The foreign language.
That's a
On
pedophile,
April
clearly.
10th, 1990, Billy Joe Neesmith and his crew set off from the coast of Georgia in their snapper boat. 4 men aboard, only 1 came back. The other 3 men were Billy's brother Nathan, his nephew Keith, and his friend Franklin. On the second day, the boat's hold had filled with a foot of water, the power went out, and the pumps stopped working. The men couldn't radio for help, and after trying to bail out of the boat to no avail, Billy ordered the men to abandon ship. The men boarded their rotting life raft, but it wasn't really built for such a large load. Nathan took it upon himself to ride in the sunken boat's hatch cover, separating from the other 3. He swam to the boat's hull, and soon the lifeboat was miles away, and he could no longer see it. The next morning, he saw a freighter approach. It was a few miles off, and he watched it as it seemed to stop and pick up the 3 castaways. Meanwhile, Nathan was able to create a raft from a dislodged bait box before the boat completely submerged. He was adrift at sea for another 3 days before he was rescued 20 miles from the coast. The U.S. Coast Guard searched for his crewmates, but they were never found. Still, Nathan held out hope that the freighter had saved them. Months went by without a word from his crewmates when, on October 10th, Nathan's sister received a phone call entirely in Spanish, but the caller soon hung up. The owner of the boat also received a similar call later that day. It wasn't until March 1991 and 5 phone calls later that a full English sentence was heard: "I am bringing them home." The family believes those who had saved Nathan's crewmates were trying to get the men home, but the men haven't appeared or communicated with their family, and no more Spanish-speaking callers have rung them since. Perhaps the saviors were actually captors, perhaps they were enemies of the states, or maybe the men had never been saved in the first place. Number 6. The call is coming from inside the house. Have you ever gotten a call from a stranger that made your heart stop? Reddit user Elliot509 has. Elliot got a call from someone he didn't know. When he asked who it was, the caller said, "Why do you want to know?" Thinking this was surely a prank, Elliot remained silent, to which the creepy caller responded, "I can see you." Elliot wasn't having any of it. He said that this wasn't very original. Just then, a train passed by Elliot's house at that moment, as he lived near the train tracks on the other end of the line.
Stop stabbing your phone to death. Charge your device with ease. Blah blah blah. Whatever.
Elliot heard the passing train. Cue the goosebumps. Was the caller really watching him? Was he in the house? We'll never know, as the caller then hung up and never called back to further torment Elliot. Number 5.
I actually got a creepy call. I've never told anyone this until now, actually. My mum used to get she used to get the calls as well before me. But what actually happened was that some random number came up. I swiped my phone thingamajiggy to answer it, and some woman actually came through saying, "I believe you've been in a car crash. I believe you've been in a car crash," or whatever she said. And then I said something, and then I said, "Well, I'm 17 and I don't own a car," and then she hung up. So I believe it might have been my mum, and I believe it might have been a scammer, or it might have been something completely different. We're not too sure, but yeah. And my mum used to get these phone calls before she could even drive. She's been driving for 3 years now, and within the 3 years, I got the call 2, 3, 4 months ago probably, and I believe that was after I stopped live streaming on YouTube, watching Chill's videos. Actually, it was either Chill's or Top 15, one of the two. I'm not too sure, but yeah. So my mum used to get the calls before me, and then I started to get the calls. I only ever got one call, but then I blocked it. Let me check actually. I might have the blocked number. How do I find blocked numbers again? I've completely forgot. I don't actually know when I got the calls, but... Alright, my card. Messages, no. Shouldn't there just be a thing that says blocked numbers? Like, I'm not too sure. Can't seem to find it at the minute. I don't know where the blocked numbers go or where they have been, but yeah, I don't know. Can't find it.
A decade of phone threats. Born in Lebanon, Bashir Kauzachi was taken in 1974 in Beirut and kept for 5 days until his captors had to take him to a hospital, from where he was able to escape. While no one knows exactly why he was taken, Bashir believes he was mistaken for a CIA agent. All his trials and tribulations seem to be over when he moved to Washington, D.C. in the 70s to run a Moroccan restaurant. His restaurant was thriving, his family was well, he was living the good life, that is, until a steady stream of harassing phone calls began. It was in 1983 that he first picked up the phone, only to be threatened by some insane caller on the other end. Then he started getting daily calls, sometimes multiple times a day. While these types of calls tend to tail off for most people, Bashir experienced them for nearly a decade. The caller started to imitate a little girl when making the calls. He wasn't the caller's only target. The caller also harassed the restaurant owner's wife and his employees. The caller evidently wasn't satisfied with these calls alone, because he also eventually keyed the Star of David into the man's Mercedes. Even when Bashir went to visit his sister in Philadelphia, the calls followed him. How? Why? Was the caller spying on him? Bashir had a mental breakdown because of these insane calls, and eventually committed himself to a psych ward. While he was there, the calls continued to rain down on his restaurant. This is when the FBI stepped in, and the mystery deepened. They discovered that it was not a single person, but a team of people. The calls originated from various payphones in different locations. at a rate that was impractical for a single culprit. All we know is that the intention to drive Bashir insane succeeded. The calls started slowing in the mid-90s, and the FBI closed the case, leaving this phone call mystery unsolved. Number 4.
They should reopen
The
it
Seer.
again.
Cyan B seems to be a seer. Will he use this power for good or for evil? In this story, neither really. Cyan was driving home with his mom from work one night when he asked her how his dad's computer class had gone. Cyan's mother said she wasn't sure and asked why. Well, when I was speaking to him, he said he was having some trouble. Cyan answered. They had been given 3 assignments to complete, but he couldn't finish assignment number 2 as the computer wouldn't save as. I think he eventually managed to do them all though. Later that night, Cyan's father came home and knocked on his door, asking him how he'd known about the assignments and the issues he was having with them. You told me on the phone, Cyan replied, dumbfounded. Cyan's father said he hadn't called him and he'd just come home from the class. So Cyan couldn't have known these details, as he'd had the conversation with his mom even before his dad had gone to the class. Cyan recalls vividly talking to his father about it on the phone, although the where and when of the call were suddenly fuzzy. It's deja vu all over again.
Wow.
Number 3.
Bloody hell.
Area 51 call. An upsetting phone call was made to the host of a paranormal radio broadcast called Coast to Coast AM in 1997. The host spoke to a man who claimed to have worked at Area 51 and was sobbing over the call, saying his employers would triangulate on his position real soon. He claimed to have been released on a medical discharge and to have decided to make a run for it. The terrified caller spilled his guts about everything he knew about Area 51, about the aliens he encountered, and about the government conspiracy to cover it up. He seemed in real distress, but soon his connection was disrupted.
Will be more easily controllable. Discharge. I started getting...
Art, the radio host, returned a few minutes later as the station's backup power system restored on-air power. Art said that this had never happened at the station, and he believes someone was trying to stop listeners from hearing the truth. So
Give me a headache, that
So
is.
what is the truth? We may never know. Number 2. Say again? A woman named Barbara tells...
Give me a minute, I need to sort out my Raspberry Pi. As in the small computer thing. Oh god, that melted a lot. Oh no, what stinks? Yeah, it's still easy to get the blue tack off though, thank god for that. Bloody hell, it has melted it quite a bit and it has been left on for a few days, which is a little bit annoying, so I am annoyed that I forgot about it. You can see the Raspberry Pi is covered in blue tack because I was trying to, because it keeps sliding all over the place on the desk, so I was trying to hold it down by using blue tack, but clearly I forgot about it and it's melted it a little bit, so that was my computer mouse. Okay, there's the blue tack. I'll put it next to the other part of the blue tack, and let me just plug the Raspberry Pi back in. Not the actual Raspberry Pi, just the HDMI part of it. Oh, where's the mouse gone? Under here. Ow! Oh, next to my foot. Just about felt it on my foot then. I'm annoyed that I forgot about that because it was sliding all over. Because it normally slides all over the place. I mean, if it was roughly about there, then that might be okay.
It's how she received a phone call from her elder brother several years ago. The call was made at 4:20 a.m. and she spoke with her brother for 5 minutes, only to be told that he just got married. Afterwards, Barbara went back to sleep. Not long after, Barbara was visiting her mom as she met her brother and his new wife there. She thanked her brother for calling her about the exciting news, but her brother just stared at her blankly. "I called mom," her brother said, "but I never called you." Barbara's mother told her exactly what her brother had said, and it was the exact same conversation she'd had with him. Not only that, but he'd called at the exact same time. How could the two have received an identical phone call? Were they on the same call without knowing it? Maybe this one is just a case of crossed wires, or maybe she only imagined it. Before we get to number one, my
she
name
couldn't
is
have
Chills,
imagined
and I hope
it,
you're enjoying the
surely.
video so far.
Yeah,
if you've
I
ever
am.
been curious as to what I and feel
No,
I
'cause I
created
know
a
what you look like in
subreddit
real life,
where you can
dude.
submit videos and stories for future lists. It's r/Chills narrator, and the link is in the description below. It's a proven fact that generosity makes
What I'm trying to do at the minute is that I've put the blue tack on the wall thingamajiggy to just cool it down a bit. Because when I say wall thingamajiggy, I mean like my, what do you call it, white box. And yeah, just leave it there for a bit.
you a
Oh, that's
happier person.
distracting.
So if you're generous enough to hit that subscribe button and the bell beside it, then thank you. This way you'll be notified of the new videos we upload every Tuesday and Saturday. If English is
Oh,
we'll be able to one
stop. There
the
we go.
September 11th call, Redditor.
Because every day my brother shouts. Leave that there for now.
Babette Baboon has a very strange, mysterious story about a phone call she'd received on the 3rd anniversary of September 11th. The OP says that her cell started to ring, but she didn't recognize the number, so she let it go to voicemail. But the caller didn't leave a voicemail. They simply called again and again. On the 3rd ring, the OP answered it, but there was silence on the other end. I opened my laptop and did a reverse number search. The OP said the number was a landline from a home in a neighboring state, but I didn't know anyone who lived there. The documentary was finished and names were being listed. Get ready for it. One of the victims' names was the same number as the number I had just looked up. Yikes. The OP thought it was just a coincidence, but when she googled the name, she saw that the address listed matched the destination of the phone number. I was starting to get a little weirded out, the OP said. I triple checked everything to make sure I wasn't imagining it, but it matched. I even showed my roommate later, who confirmed that they matched. I never knew this person, and if anyone had access to my contact info from a list or something.
But why is one of the victims in 9/11 who died? Why were they calling her? That's what I'm wondering. Why is their spirit calling them?
It would have been my landline. Wait, don't leave yet. I have something to show you. We made this top 15 list a little while ago, and I think you're really gonna like it. Check it.
Did they make this a while ago? I don't think so. What would be really, really creepy for me is if someone who I know is dead actually called me. And, like, I have a friend called... Funny enough, I have a friend... I used to have... I mean, I like to imagine him as a friend because I didn't really know him much, but my cousin knew him more than I did. He was called, and I've mentioned him before, so I mean I can mention him because he's dead sadly, so Daniel Eyre, E-R-E something something, I can't remember now. I still have his messenger, And for some strange reason, and for some creepy reason, and I have no clue why, for some reason he would go on Messenger years after his death, which is really creepy. E-Y-R-E, that's how you say his last name, Daniel Ear. And and I'll have to show you guys, lonely screen, show up, yes. This is it, this is him here, and I believe that's his girlfriend, if not his sister. His girlfriend actually died with him in the car crash. That's him there. And what happened, and I don't know why, but let me just take a photo. Right. Me and my family knew that he was dead, but what kept happening, which we find really, really creepy, is that, and I was on holiday at the time, I remember this, I truly remember this, I was on holiday at the time with my family, and every time I looked at the message here, it kept saying that he was on, an hour ago, but the thing is, he didn't tell anyone his password, or his email. Nobody knew, not even his parents knew his email. So, how can Daniel be on if nobody knew his password or email or anything? His Facebook account is still open, everything's still open. But the thing is, he's dead. So how can he be online when he's dead? And he died in 2016. Like, I don't understand. And you can see the messages here. I kept messaging him to see if anyone was hacking his account, to see if anyone was online. Yeah, the 25th of the 10th, 2018. You can see all these messages here, and yeah, it's extremely creepy to find that nobody knew his password, nobody knew his email address, nobody knew nothing about him apart from his family. I mean, his family and his friends, his brother, sister, nobody knows his password, his emails to anything. But somehow it says he was online like an hour ago, or 50 odd minutes ago. But what I find really creepy is that I don't think anyone's hacked his account, because everything's still exactly the same. Nothing has changed on his account. So I don't think anyone hacked his account, which I find extremely creepy. He needs to shut up, I swear to God. Voicemails recorded.
Number 15. Your dog disturbs the neighborhood. Pets are the equivalent to someone's children. They are companions and in many ways provide comfort. So when someone threatens the well-being of our pets, we are guaranteed to react. Jonathan Dickerson recalled a story when a co-worker of his received a voicemail from one of his neighbors. In it, the neighbor claimed the co-worker's dog was disruptive and would make a lot of noise around the community.
Your dog disturbs the neighborhood at night.
He goes on to demand the co-worker set his dog straight or get rid of him. It seems reasonable to ask, but that's about to change. The neighbor then threatens if nothing is done, he will poison the dog.
Either keep him up or get rid of him, or I will poison him. This is your only warning.
The message is short and gets right to the point, and aside from the threats of animal murder, There's a creepy way in which the neighbor calmly states his threat, as routine as asking a neighbor to borrow sugar. According to Dickerson, the coworker's dog is small, who lives indoors most of the time and isn't a loud dog. Why the neighbor would make such threats is unknown. As far as we know, no harm came to the dog and no further threats were made. As the comment section of the video states, it takes a rather unpleasant person to make such threats against an animal who has not harmed anyone. Number 14, don't answer the door. Stretching the boundaries a bit, but deserves a spot on this list. YouTube user Hellsinger85 was surprised by a random package left at his door. According to him, it arrived while he was in the middle of investigating strange occurrences and disappearances in his home of Amory, Mississippi. He alleged the package came with a note reading, "You are on the right trail. You may wish to get off the trail while you still can." The package contained an audio CD with a recorded voicemail on it, during which a first one is from AT&T, while the second appears to be more sinister. A man in a soft voice begins speaking, demanding the receiver to do what he says. The biggest threat comes right after, when he says, "If I come to the door, don't answer it."
If I come to the door, don't answer it. And no matter what you do, don't let me in the house.
Much of the call is unintelligible, but from what can be heard, it sounds as if the man does not trust himself. The uploader has used this as proof his town is being taken over by some sort of malevolent force. His website formerly detailed his research, but has long since gone offline, only viewable through the Wayback Machine. Surprisingly, the video has seen almost 3.5 million views since it was uploaded in October 2009. Whether real or not, the audio itself is enough to send shivers down someone's spine. Number 13,
Send
Rainbow
shivers down my
Granny.
spine.
Sometimes
What?
creepy voices can be so exaggerated, it is hard to determine if it's overacting or spoken by an overly deranged individual. YouTube user Chessie J received a rather unsettling
Chessie
series
J.
of voicemails from a random person
Sounded like
calling
Jessie
itself
J.
Rainbow Granny. In a low, creepy voice, Rainbow Granny kept referring to Chessie as Peter, asking if she got his other messages and saying she needs to call back.
This is Rainbow Granny, baby. Did you get my picture? You better call me, or I'm gonna keep calling you. Rainbow Granny loves you, baby.
At one point, it asks
What?
if Chessie got its picture, begging the question as to what sort of picture Rainbow Granny would send, but from its voice, it's easy to imagine it would not be pretty. Rainbow Granny also makes promises of sending gifts if Peter calls back. It is difficult to determine if Rainbow Granny is a man or an older woman with a low, raspy voice.
I feel like it could be a man pretending to do a woman's voice, but then again, I have a nan, and her voice is so low that a lot of people think she actually sounds like a man. Like, when she picks up the phone, how do people do it now? Do they do it like that or like that? I'm not too sure. But when people literally pick up the phone, they're like, "Hello, sir." And then my nan has to correct them, being like, "I'm actually a woman, sorry, I just have a really low voice." So, I find that really funny, because my nan can't help it, it's just the way she speaks, but when you don't know her, she does have a really low voice, so it is funny to listen to, it's funny to listen to the stories about it and stuff, but this is creepy.
I was on the phone with my son. If you get time, call me back. I miss you, Peter. I'm still waiting on them beautiful purple flowers, baby.
I think that's a
Regardless,
man.
Rainbow Granny's persistent messages appeared to harbor something sinister. As many commenters pointed out, it has the same vocal mannerisms as Herbert from Family Guy,
Yeah, it
with
does.
the exception of the low voice. To
It
this
does
day,
actually.
it is unknown if Rainbow Granny was a messed up prank or a messed up
Stop stabbing your phone to death. Yeah, whatever.
person.
Don't
Number
care.
12. Hey Alex. Calls late at night either mean a friend who's been drinking is calling, someone overseas is calling, or you're about to get really bad news. None of these were the case for Alex Sanchez when he got a voicemail around 2 a.m. one night. In it, a man with a mildly deep voice instantly turns vulgar when he implies Sanchez's reason for not answering for explicit reasons.
Hey, Alex, is that your name? Next time you don't answer your phone, I'ma beat the out your smother yourself.
Interestingly, it seems the caller isn't even sure who Sanchez is, as his first comment is seeking confirmation if Alex is his name. He goes on to say if Sanchez doesn't answer the phone again, the caller will retaliate with violence. Much of the recording we cannot share because it gets too horrific. The chuckles of the man are also haunting, as they sound they are from a disturbed individual, one who knows what he's saying is wrong, but doesn't care. One commenter has suggested the call was from a friend, attempting to play a prank on Sanchez, and considering how absurd the conversation is, it is quite possible. Regardless, receiving such a messed up message at 2 a.m., alarm bells will ring. As far as we know, Sanchez suffered no harm and never heard from the man again, but there is no knowing what assortment of crazy people are out there who are willing to harass those who least expect it. Number 11. The Crystal. Kevin K posted a strange experience he had when he received a voicemail from two individuals who appeared to believe he was part of some prophecy. In the brief message, the callers keep referring to a mysterious crystal Kevin apparently possesses. The number was private, so he was unable to figure out who made the call, but it creeped him out. The two people on the phone sound joyous, as if their savior has appeared to rid some sort of evil they are prisoners of.
What the
More
hell?
than likely, these people are either pranksters or not mentally stable. Besides being
mentally
creepy,
stable,
the callers do
100%.
not appear to have ill intent. Even the commenters of the video take the humorous side of the call, adding their own takes on the ramblings of the callers. At the same time, it is easy to see the disturbing side of it. Who were these people, and why were they so interested in this possibly non-existent crystal? It makes you wonder if this was a serious call. What was going through their minds at the time? We'll never know because no other calls came, and Kevin hasn't updated. We are left to speculate the powers this magical crystal held. Number 10. A ghost in the machine. A big fear nowadays is whether or not machines will take over. Braxton McCammond had a strange experience when his sister's phone was desperately trying to communicate. In his words, it was mid-morning when his sister's phone kept trying to dial their mother's phone. Slightly freaked out, she left her phone in her room and went downstairs. Around this time, their mother came out of her room and asked Braxton's sister why she kept trying to call, which the sister replied it wasn't her, but her phone. As this was happening, the phone called again and this time left a voicemail. In the message, you hear a radio playing, followed by what sounds like some sort of electrical screams. Braxton admits he finds the call disturbing, particularly at the end when the phone actually hangs up on its own. As Braxton explains, if the call were simply a ghost dial or malfunction, the message would have been longer. Something was trying to communicate, either screaming in pain or anger. No other information is provided, and it is unknown if the calls continued. Was the phone gaining a mind of its own, or was this another example of the afterlife attempting to talk to the living? Number 9. Bellevue Hospital. Sometimes something scary can have an underlying layers of melancholy. Brian Brooklyn received an eerie call from what appeared to be an elderly woman.
Yeah? Oh. Hold on a minute. Should I get him? Mum wants you. Well, it took you long enough to realise, didn't it? One of his friends calling him. Oh, I'm getting a sweaty bum hole. I shouldn't be saying that on YouTube. I don't care. I find it funny.
Woman. Throughout the message, the woman sounds tired and is speaking cryptically about unknown things. In the background, there are ambient noises of machines and even other people talking.
Tony, I need to talk with you. This is me.
I heard talking then when it said whatever.
So when you get a chance, I'm trying to catch you as late as possible. Okay. Get your ass in the house.
Brian was understandably puzzled and did not know who the caller was, but was even more surprised when he found out where the call came from. Upon looking up the number, it turns out the call had come from Bellevue Hospital in New York City, which is the oldest public hospital in the United States. Clearly, the call came from a patient who, considering the age in her voice, could fairly be speculated to be suffering from a form of dementia, but it could also be from an injury or mental illness.
My great granddad is suffering from dementia. He's 86 years old, he's got heart failure and a bunch of other stuff, but he's mainly suffering from dementia and he's near the end of his life now. It would be scary if something like that happened to me, knowing that my granddad, like maybe a month or two after he died, would have been dead and all that.
To support the latter, Bellevue has a psychiatric ward to house many mentally disturbed people in New York City, with the New York Times calling the city a magnet for mentally disturbed people. While the voice in the call is certainly haunting, considering the possibility of mental illness and confusion being the factor for the random call, it counts as a reminder to the various psychological issues people face on a daily basis, with Brian being reminded from a random phone call. Of course, this is all speculation, but plausible considering the circumstances. There's also a creepy factor, since at any moment, we can receive a call from an unexpected place, such as Bellevue Hospital. Number 8. An elegant woman. People, start taking notes, because the following is not a way to try and pick someone up. Quickie Mart on YouTube posted audio of a man apparently named Dimitri, who she jokingly refers to as the Toronto Stud. The beginning sounds fine enough, he sounds polite and confident, but it becomes clear he is a bit too confident.
Explain why I approached you. I am single. I have no trouble meeting women. I mean, women approach me 6-7 times a day. I couldn't take my eyes off of you, and your friends were very jealous. Even if they say they weren't, they were envious of the fact that I approached you.
Dimitri begins to describe himself as single, although he has no trouble meeting women, and is apparently approached by women up to 7 times a day. He continues to say he is very particular about who he is attracted to, and describes this woman as very elegant, and assumes her friends were jealous. He approached her, even if they said they weren't. Throughout the video, she provides commentary via text on the screen, which adds some humor to the cringe. Dimitri goes on with an overconfident attitude, and certainly comes across as a narcissist. However, the message doesn't come across as threatening, but this isn't the end of the story. Dimitri leaves a second message, despite admitting he doesn't like to, but insists he is very infatuated by her, and would like very much to meet up with her.
Hi there, Olga. It's Dmitri calling again, the guy from the street. I left you a message several days ago. I don't know, maybe you were abused in childhood, maybe your mother has cancer, you're going to chemo, but otherwise, don't call me, okay? Bye.
Now, he seems to be persistent and on the verge of threatening. There is much more to the messages, but it is just something to be experienced for yourself. Prepare yourself for much cringe though, because Dimitri is a great provider of it. Number 7. Demonic breaths. Phones can be a pain, and it's often we find ourselves dropping calls due to reception issues. This is what happened to Vanessa when she was speaking to her girlfriend in February 2013. Her girlfriend quickly called back, but who picked up wasn't Vanessa. Instead, a series of deep breaths were heard, along with the occasional words spoken by a deep voice. Meanwhile, Vanessa was attempting to call back herself, but kept getting her girlfriend's voicemail. When she finally got in touch again, her girlfriend was in a panic, convinced Vanessa was playing a trick on her. After some skepticism, Vanessa received a voicemail with the same breaths and deep voice. There are moments when it's easy to distinct words are being said, but what is being said is up for speculation. At one point, it sounds like the voice is saying "help me" or "call me."
Ah, for God's sake, I don't care.
Near the end of the message, garbled conversation can be heard in almost an alien or demonic phonetics as opposed to regular speech. The women are still baffled by what happened and are unsure if their signal somehow crossed with another call or if they came into contact with demons or extraterrestrials. Either way, they managed to contact someone or something they were never expecting to. Number 6. Wrong number. Wrong numbers are a part of life and are more often embarrassing, but easy to get out of. Web guy Com, on the other hand, received a disturbing voicemail from a caller he didn't know, and one which was certainly meant for another person. Immediately as the message starts, the caller begins berating the intended receiver, lambasting them with accusations of not caring their father is in jail. While wrong number calls can be comical, this one is more sinister. You can hear a child crying and sobbing in the background, and at several points the caller turns their attention to chastise the child. In fact, most of the call is the caller yelling at the child, whom she calls Bubby.
Do you not care that your daddy's in jail? You just don't care, do you? No, daddy's in jail for the rest of my life. Shut up, Bubby.
While the circumstances are unclear regarding this mother and her child's situation, the language she uses towards an obviously young individual is enough to put anyone into distress. The uploader was clearly confused and upset by the call and provides that it was from an 817 number, meaning it came from either within Fort Worth, Texas or the...
I could smell my mum's dinner, and she said the moment that she was going to get dinner, she was going to have her dinner, she was going to, what do you call it, go to McDonald's. So I'll ask her now if she's going. I guess now that you have your dinner, you're going to go to McDonald's soon, right? I got distracted a little by watching a bit of Doctor Who. My mum's for some reason been watching Doctor Who all morning. And I was just watching a small bit of it, so that's why I was down there for a bit longer than what I should have been. But yeah, she's eating her dinner at the minute, and she said when she's finished eating, she'll go and get it.
The surrounding area, the call ends as abruptly as it started, with the woman shouting, "Shut up, Bubby." The uploader does provide some text commentary and makes no jokes, as it obviously was a disturbing call to receive. No other information besides the area code is provided, but there isn't much else to get considering the person who received this voicemail is as much in the dark as the rest of us. Number 5, the screeches. Phones glitch in all sorts of ways, sometimes minor, sometimes major, and sometimes disturbingly so. Even our mailboxes aren't safe. Several YouTube users have posted videos of strange screeching sounds emanating from their speakers. The volume of these will be enough to send someone jumping out of their chair should they listen to the message through their earpiece or headphones. Many people will have experienced these, and 90% of the time it is nothing more than a technical issue during the call and can be fixed easily, while others are likely due to a mechanical fault or damages to the speaker, but this doesn't make them any less terrifying. When we get a voicemail, we are usually expecting intelligible speech to greet us, either from a friend, family member, or telemarketer, but every so often we are instead met with these terrifying screeches from a bad signal or damaged phone. There is also ideas around that these noises are caused by technical interference, by hackers, and even aliens. However, these are difficult to prove, nevertheless scary to think about.
What I've just done is that I've just stuck my Raspberry Pi back onto the desk. Oh god.
We also can't blame people from jumping to such conclusions when their ears are bombarded by the inhuman screams of electrical nightmares. Number 4, prank or lunatic. This is why people are hesitant to answer calls from unknown people. YouTube user Wendy Darling was going through a rather strange time in her life. Around the beginning of April 2011, she had recently had someone sending her photographs of a stuffed monkey taken in front of various landmarks around the world, which she claims remains anonymous to this day. Then she received a very strange voicemail, one she describes as both scary in a stalker, crazy kind of way, while also funny in a prank, outlandish kind of way. The message starts with the caller reciting the United States Pledge of Allegiance. Then the caller goes off as if she is conducting a sermon. She then proceeds to make extremely odd statements, such as hoping Darling's operation went without complication.
I'm just calling because I really hope that your cancer, not your cancer, sorry, that was awkward. Your procedure with your went well. I know they were kind of flat, but
However, Darling has no idea who the caller is and notes that at the end of the audio, clearly the caller had no intention of harm and was possibly attempting to pull a prank, had the wrong number, or was just a strange, quirky person in general. But why was it made? The answer is up in the air to this.
Stop showing me this advert, like, right now.
Day. Number 3, the rasp. Horror movies of all kinds have used the trope of a scary caller. From Black Christmas to Scream, it has been used several times to evoke fear of the disturbed caller. Moondog 12 had fiction become real when his home phone had a message waiting for him when he returned home. On his answering machine was a sinister sounding raspy voice, so low and rough it is hard to make out what is being said. Regardless, the caller does sound sinister and even demonic. In fact, the voice is so distorted, virtually nothing can be made out except a few phrases here and there. Therefore, there is no way of telling what the person on the other end is talking about unless someone pays really close attention, and even then it is difficult to decipher. This makes it even scarier, since it is difficult to determine what motivations the person had for calling. There is also the possibility one of the phones could have suffered a malfunction, leading to voice distortion, and the sinister sounding voice. The commenters have made light of the situation, making references to 666 and even Darth Sidious from Star Wars, which the voice admittedly has some resemblance. However,
But you know what? Let's call 666 666. Here we go. And see what will happen. No, and yes, I will put it on loudspeaker. Return to call. What the hell? There you go. Nothing, you see? Nothing. That's all I get. So that's a proven fact that 666 does not work.
Dog 12 hasn't posted any updates, so it is very plausible.
And there was another version of 666 as well. I heard if you type 666 3 times, something will happen. Let me show you guys actually, just to prove to you that I'm not joking and I did just actually call 666. Yeah, there's all my friends there. 666 just a second ago. Hangouts? Who the hell's that? I don't remember putting anything on Hangouts. What the hell? Ready? 666 666 666.
They're putting you through to our pay-as-you-go top-up service.
Nothing. You can see? Absolutely nothing. See there? There you have it. Oh, there's a recording thing as well.
To this day, he has no answers. Whether it was a glitch, a creeper, or a demon calling, we are left wondering which is correct. Number 2, ghost mail. Imagine receiving a voicemail from the other side. Several people have claimed to have been left a voicemail from someone they know who has passed away. Paranormal Normalcy posted a video in April 2011 of audio from a voicemail, which only has a soft whisper speaking before ending. According to her, her grandfather had passed away the previous December, and she randomly received the voicemail in April. She said the phone rang once before going to voicemail, and when she checked it, she heard what she believes to be Grandpa in the message.
Saved message.
In another example, Daniel posted audio of a voice that sent chills down his spine. Just before the actual caller makes his brief message, you can hear someone whisper "Mom."
5:54 p.m.
What scares him the most is he claims the voice sounds exactly like his own. Lastly, there is Lisa B, who managed to have several EVPs captured on a mysterious voicemail she received. Most of it is unintelligible, but every so often, a word can be heard clearly, including an elongated Lisa. The voicemail lasts well over a minute. The voicemail lasts well over a minute, and it is clear something was attempting to communicate with Lisa. Who it was and what they were trying to say remains a mystery. People all over try to communicate with the deceased, but sometimes it is the deceased trying to communicate with us. Before we get to number 1, superimposed photo and Twitter, a general and videos for a dead man, the murder of Travis Alexander. Number 1, message for a dead man. The murder of Travis Alexander on June 4th, 2008 was the beginning of one of the most talked about crimes of the end of the 2000s and into the 2010s, with the eventual trial of Alexander's ex-girlfriend, Jodi Arias. She was charged with first-degree murder of Alexander, whereas she claims she killed Alexander in self-defense. The trial itself became a spectacle to watch, not in a humorous way, but for how disturbing the case was and how ruthless prosecutor Juan Martinez was in challenging Arias' defense. Part of the evidence against Arias were a series of voicemails left by her on Alexander's phone, from which you can clearly hear her nervous demeanor in her voice.
my phone died, so I wasn't getting back to anybody. And what else? Oh, and I drove 100 miles in the wrong direction. Over 100 miles, thank you very much. So yeah, remember New Mexico? It was a lot like that.
By now, Arias has confessed to murdering Alexander, so it was already known she falsely made the calls to divert suspicion away from her, which obviously failed. More eerily, the voicemail was left only 6 hours after Arias killed Alexander, and his body had not yet been found. Her voice is also rushed and stuttery, which is arguably due to her fear of getting caught. Furthermore, Arias also had Alexander's PIN for his phone and was able to listen to other messages left to him in his mailbox, something investigators were able to prove she had done prior to and after his passing. Things aren't done yet, since she called Alexander a further 3 times, including once 5 days after his body was found, but for unknown reasons. In the end, her struggle to make an alibi to escape justice, as well as various other conflicts in her statements, led to the jury finding her guilty of first-degree murder on May 7th, 2012. She is now serving a life sentence and has no possibility of parole. Thanks for checking out this video.
Bloody good. She deserved it for what she's clearly done. Disturbing. Top 15 911 calls that would give you the chills. No, that would give you the chills. I love doing that voice because it sounds weird.
Number 15.
This voice.
In a whisper.
911, what is the address to your emergency?
Ian.
Bugger me, my mum live.
I'm not going to get him to come alright. He's too busy playing his game. Okay?
Okay.
Won't be a minute. Well, when we leave now, you're getting hungry.
A little, yeah.
Okay.
Scared me a little.
I just saw street laundromat. What's the problem? I've been abducted.
What would you do if you were taken and your abductor was asleep beside you? Hopefully you'd bravely follow this heroic woman's lead. She made the most of this opportunity to call police. Despite the risk involved, the Ohio woman told dispatchers in a whisper that she was in the bedroom of an abandoned house, being held captive by 40-year-old Sean Great. She begged them to come find her. She was hesitant to attempt an escape, in fear that she would wake her captor.
Is there any way you can get out of the building?
I don't know without waking him, and I'm scared.
Is there a bathroom in the house?
Well, his bedroom is closed, and he made it so it would make noise.
Luckily, the young woman was successful in leading police to the home, where he was arrested and charged with abduction. The woman had befriended Sean a month prior, after which this happened. Even more horrifying, this woman likely escaped an even more horrific fate, as 2 more women were found on the property, and Great eventually led police to a 3rd. If it wasn't for her grit and determination to live, this monster might have gone on to take the lives of many more. Number 14.
What an idiot.
Unwelcome guests. This scary 911 call found an unlikely hero in a 7-year-old. Carlos was just a kid when he dialed 911 in March of 2010 to report that 3 armed men had entered into his home in Norwalk, California. The door that the men breached was unlocked at the time, and the men threatened the boy's parents, which is when Carlos hid himself and his sister in a bathroom as he called authorities. In the phone call, he begged for the police to hurry, and the dispatcher quickly delivered them, all the while calming the frightened children.
Really fast spring for God, out of them. Listen to me, take a deep breath. I already have the police coming. I'm ready to
Despite the men finding Carlos and his sister hiding, the young boy stayed on the phone and told the men that the police were on the line. The cowards then fled. Without harming anyone or taking anything, Carlos's heroism was astonishing to police. How did he know what to do in such a crisis? Carlos and his mother had run emergency drills involving what to do in such an event, a lesson perhaps many families should heed.
That's very true. That's extremely true.
Number 13.
Wow.
Halloween. You wouldn't think that a harmless, scary movie would lead to actual real-life horror, but when 17-year-old Jake Evans watched Rob Zombie's remake of Halloween, he turned into a monster. In a gated community in Aldeo, Texas, Evans became Mike Myers. There, he took the lives of both his mother and his younger sister. He originally planned to take the lives of his grandparents who lived across the street, as well as 2 other sisters, but instead he went into the living room to dial 911 and confess his horrific actions. During the 911 call, Evans very calmly explained to the dispatcher what he did and why, calling himself evil, but then goes on to say whatever.
Okay, is there any reason that you were so angry at your mother and your sister?
Oh no, I wasn't. It's weird. I wasn't even really angry with him. It just kind of happened.
His entire written confession ran 4 pages long and detailed the motive for his actions. He claimed that his family members were becoming people he hates. He is said to have not been mentally ill prior to or during the event. In his confession, he wrote that after he took their lives, he ran to his room and yelled at the top of his lungs that he was really messed up. He wrote that he thought about the pain he caused his sister, but then justified his actions by remembering the pain she'd caused him. One day, he may learn that none of this was justified. Number 12. No brakes. Imagine you're driving down the road with your entire family when you realize your brakes are out. That's what happened to a family of 4 while driving down a motorway in San Diego County. One of the passengers of the runaway vehicle, Chris Lestrella, called 911 to inform the dispatcher that the accelerator of their Lexus was stuck. During the call, which lasted 50 seconds, the dispatcher asked Chris if the car could be turned off at speeds that topped out at 120 miles per hour, with passengers praying in the back seat. The last thing heard on the disturbing call is a woman's scream.
We're approaching the intersection.
Okay.
We're approaching the intersection. Hold on. Pray.
Okay.
Oh, shoot. Oh.
Okay. Hello?
The driver was a California Highway Patrol officer, while the other 3 passengers were his wife, her brother, and the couple's daughter. Investigators believe that the rubber floor mat may have trapped the accelerator. It remained unclear whether the Lexus was malfunctioning, so that the driver couldn't shift into neutral or power it off. These terrifying last moments of this family's life are truly haunting. Number 11, Soul Plane Survivor. When a helicopter malfunctioned in New Mexico, miraculously one of the passengers survived. This is her 911 call.
Ma'am, stop yelling. Tell me where you're at.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. There's a big fire.
After reaching the dispatcher, Andrea Cobb managed to describe the nightmare that spread before her. She herself was covered in gasoline, while 2 other passengers, the pilot Jamie Coleman Dodd and Zimbabwe opposition leader Roy Bennett, were also still alive. After the helicopter burst into flames, these 2 other passengers passed away before the police were able to locate and arrive at the scene. The desolate, rugged area delayed police response. Cobb was on the call for nearly an hour before rescuers arrived, during which she attempted to save Bennett, encouraging him to breathe. The helicopter was 3 to 5 minutes into the flight when it went down, though it isn't clear what caused it to happen. What is clear is that Cobb suffered greatly and that her 911 call is harrowing. Number 10, the couple. 78-year-old Gunter Florchinger was married to 21-year-old Filipino native Carhina. While the age difference is certainly questionable, the couple lived in Port St. Lucie for about a year after having met online, and Carhina had a 4-year-old daughter from another man. Despite the age difference, there didn't seem to be any issues between them. That is, until Gunther made 2 phone calls at 1 a.m., one to his neighbor, asking her to pick up his wife's daughter, another to the police to confess his actions.
and that I have a baby in here. I called my neighbors to pick up the baby. Anybody who will pick up the baby is all right. After that, I will take my own life.
The elderly man had taken the life of his wife, then attempted to burn the place down with gasoline. When he called the police, he told the dispatcher that he was going to take his own life as well, which he did shortly after. The town had suffered a similar event not long before, and the quiet town was still recovering. After this incident, it must try and heal once again. Number 9. Baylor incident. On July 9th, 2010, 20-year-old John Maynard was working the night shift at the Taft recycling plant in Orlando, Florida, when the baling machine jammed. He unclogged the machine. Before he could get out of the way, it restarted with the compacting ram headed towards him. He managed to lift his body out of the way, but not his right leg. The following 16 minutes, which Maynard calls the longest of his life, were crucial to his survival. Somehow, he had the calm and level head to call 911 and save his own life. During the 911 call to Orange County Sheriff's Office, Maynard explained his situation and location repeatedly. He also told the dispatcher that this was not a prank call and pled for help.
Do you have anything there you can control the bleeding with, sir? Sir, I have nothing, sir.
Is your leg, are you or your leg still stuck in the machine, sir?
I am out. My leg is down in there. It was at my ankle, sir.
He asked the dispatchers to pray with him and requested that they pass on a message to his family, including his stepdad who adopted him, the message that he loves them, being that he was alone at the time of the call. It's remarkable how calm he remained while experiencing this horrible incident, as he credits the dispatchers who kept him conscious during the long wait for first responders. Maynard posted his own 911 call to YouTube in an effort to aid other amputees in adapting to life without a limb. He remains committed to helping other amputees cope through his YouTube channel, Crew9T, and he has gone to live life to the fullest, even taking up rock climbing.
Is
while
that
listening
him?
to his 911 call is scary. Knowing
my
the life
God.
he's since led is nothing short of awe-inspiring. Number 8.
Bloody hell.
Abandonment. In this call, an 11-year-old informs dispatchers that his mom has been threatening to leave him and his 6-year-old brother to move away and have fun in California. Why? According to the boy, his mother said she didn't want to be around them anymore.
She said that she's gonna go to California and leave us at home by ourselves for a long time.
After he fell asleep, he woke up to find her gone. The judge who heard the case did not believe the 29-year-old mother's claims that this was all a miscommunication. She faced multiple charges and was not allowed unsupervised visits with her children, whose father was thereafter granted custody. Nothing short of horrifying. Number 7. Trapped in a cargo hold. What if you were flying and midair, you heard frantic screams and pounding beneath your feet? That's what happened to the passengers of this Alaska Airlines flight from Seattle to Los Angeles, after a baggage handler fell asleep inside the plane's cargo hold. When he awoke, the plane was on its way and the handler called 911 in sheer panic. "I'm inside a plane. I feel like it's moving in the air," he told the dispatcher, asking him to please stop the plane. You can listen to the entire desperate call here.
Hello, I'm trapped in this plane and I caught my droplet. I'm in this plane. You're where? I'm inside a plane.
When the dispatcher attempts to clarify the man's information, he discovers that the call is not coming from within the airport, rather it's coming from within the plane. While the call to emergency services helped keep the man sane, it was the passengers on board who heard the man beneath their feet and alerted the crew, forcing the flight to reroute back to Seattle after being aloft for only 14 minutes. Thankfully, the crew member survived, but not before having made this terrifying phone call. Number 6. Selena. She was a rising star. Her Mexican fan base was huge. They adored her and she was on the verge of crossing over in a big way. International success was in her grasp at only 23 years old. That is until on March 31st, 1995, she had her life taken by her fan club president, Yolanda Salvador. Yolanda was an ardent and obsessive fan. She had somehow needled her way into Selena's inner circle and had been her fan club president and personal assistant for 4 years. She was responsible for collecting fan club fees and eventually was entrusted with managing 2 boutiques opened by Selena. The whole family trusted her and she was given full financial access. Behind Selena's back, Yolanda took full advantage and the boutiques fell flat, while staff began to flee due to the manager's poor treatment of them. Her tyranny only grew as she was given more and more power within the Young Stars management team. Eventually, however, Yolanda was discovered to have been embezzling money. After she was fired, she asked Selena to meet her at the Corpus Christi Days Inn Motel, still wanting a friendly relationship with Yolanda. Selena complied, but there her short life ended when Yolanda took her life. As hotel workers called 911, the young rising star laid in the hotel lobby, where she repeatedly told them her attacker's name and her room number.
Right now? Yes, ma'am. She just passed out. Okay. I already have to call in. Somebody give some information so we can get the first back. Okay. You don't know anything else about who might have done it or anything like that?
It's another lady, that's all I know. We're trying to find out.
And that, okay, this lady's about 40 years old?
Although Yolanda initially gave a written statement declaring her guilt, she later claimed that she was attempting to take her own life, and Selena got in the way. The entire scary and devastating event led to the anniversary of Black Friday, celebrated annually to commemorate Selena's premature passing.
Wait, what? What about Black Friday?
That's all I know.
She gave a written statement declaring her guilt. She later claimed that she was attempting to take her own life, and Selena got in the way. The entire scary and devastating event led to the anniversary of Black Friday.
Wait, so, hold on a minute. Is that why we celebrate Black Friday? Hold on. No. The history of Black Friday. Wait, related to Thanksgiving? Oh, wow. The anniversary of Black Friday. What is he on about?
Celebrated annually to commemorate Selena's premature passing. Number 5. Train tracks. 17-year-old Jacob Ohl from Georgia lost both his feet after getting run over by a train. He didn't hear the train's approach as he was walking on the tracks with his headphones in. After this happened, he came to on the side of the tracks, but he still managed to call 911 and report the incident.
What part of your body was hurt?
My legs.
Okay, are they broken?
I think it cut them off.
It cut them off?
Yes.
Police hurried to his location. Despite what happened, Jacob was still conscious, while Officer Andy Blimline applied tourniquets to both legs. The honors student was heading to college in the fall. In a statement on his GoFundMe page, his mother wrote, "We are so happy and feel so lucky that he's alive. We all feel lost in the overwhelming helplessness of this crazy situation." Number 4. The Intruder. It was nighttime in the city when a stranger came to Karen's door, along with her child. She was scared enough to dial 911. The recording of the phone call that followed is nothing short of terrifying. In the call, the woman tells the police dispatcher that a strange man is pounding on her door, yelling at her to let him in.
Are you still with me? Tell him you've got the police on the phone.
I've got the police on the phone. Who are you? Why are you here?
He's in the bedroom with her.
The woman had locked the front door and gone to her bedroom to make the call, during which the stranger is heard trying to break down the door. The dispatcher advises her to remain on the line. After confirming her location, the woman frantically informs the police that he broke through the door and is now in the house, and soon he's right outside her bedroom. The dispatcher tells her to inform the man that the police are on the phone, likely hoping this information will scare off the intruder. It doesn't. The woman repeatedly tells him the police are on the phone and asks the stranger why he's in her home. Then, chillingly, the call ends. Further information on whether this intruder was caught could not be found. Number 3. Family horror. A 12-year-old girl called 911, telling the dispatcher that her dad was being really mean to her mom after drinking. The duration of the call went on for a horrific 17 minutes.
Get away from me! No, no, they're coming for you! They're all coming for you! The police and everything! You're harassing her! Are you coming soon?
Yes, honey, they're coming, okay? They're on their way.
During the call, the girl told her dad repeatedly to get off her mother. The girl, along with her 9-year-old sister, were the only ones at home. The children's mother was school teacher Angela Luke. At some point during the call, she managed to escape her husband, grab her children, and race to her vehicle. But the young girl, who remained on the line with the dispatcher, said her father wouldn't let them leave. Finally, the three managed to reach the car, but the horror doesn't end there. When they attempted to drive off, the man hung on to the car and fell off as her mother drove away. A day later, the man succumbed to his injuries. Unfortunately, despite surviving the incident, all three women must live with the inevitable emotional and psychological scars of this terrible event. Number 2. Face incident. When a frat boy lost his mind, a good neighbor stepped in to help. Jeff Fisher called 911 when he found 19-year-old Austin Haruff grabbing his neighbors rabidly, making animal-like noises. Fisher relayed to the police that his neighbors had his life taken, and the frat boy had attempted to take his life as well when he tried to help.
And you said you definitely saw a knife, and that's what he hit you with in the back?
No, I did not see it, but my wife's looking at my back, and it appears I got punctured.
The college student's psychotic behavior had been caused by having ingested bath salts. This resulted in ultra physical strength and psychosis that included eating faces, which he was doing when police arrived at the scene. Austin had stomped out on dinner with his parents earlier that evening, who had then called police to report his troubling behavior. The event that followed was completely random and described in horrifying detail by this hero who stepped in to help. Before we get to number 1, my name is Chills, and I hope I'd love to then tap my generous enough you'll be notified of the new videos we upload every Tuesday and Saturday.
Get sick of the rattling the fan does. I'm coming! Huh? I did, but I just about managed to get it. I just want to let you guys know you can thank my mum for letting me watch all these horror video things that Chills makes, because when I was a few years younger, I don't know why I started to watch criminal stuff with my mum, like people killing other people, and I'm out of breath now. Crap. I only went downstairs and back up. I've been up and downstairs multiple times without getting out of breath, but now, whew. Yeah, I used to watch criminal stuff with my mum, like breaking into their houses and all that sort of stuff. So that's why I do reaction videos to stuff like this, because I don't know why I enjoy it, but yeah, let's get to number one.
Trapped by a minivan. This heartbreaking 911 call reveals the final moments of Kyle Plush's young life. The 16-year-old was pinned beneath the third row folding seat of his Honda Odyssey van in the school parking lot. As police tried to find the boy's location, the calls he made to the dispatcher were gut-wrenching, the second of which went unanswered.
This is not a joke. I'm trapped inside my gold Honda Odyssey van in the Southwood parking lot of 7 Hills Beth. Send officers immediately. I'm almost dead.
During the final call, which Kyle dialed using voice commands, neither the dispatcher nor Kyle could hear each other. Kyle did not relay the address where he was trapped. During the second call, Kyle was able to tell dispatchers what kind of vehicle he was trapped in. He also said, "I probably don't have much time left. Tell my mom I love her." Police took hours to find the boy, by which time the high school sophomore had passed away. This is a painful listen, as you can hear the desperation in the teen's voice as his cries for help go unanswered.
At the time, he was only a year younger than me. 16 years old, and he died. What a poor kid. Poor child.
Number 15, Unit 731. The Secret Chemical and Biological Warfare Research and Development Unit committed some of the most ferocious and notorious acts by the Imperial Japanese when they were based in northeast China. Officially, Unit 731 was called the Epidemic Prevention and Water Purification Department, which then adopted the name Unit 731 in the year 1941. 600 men, women, and children of Chinese, Korean, Mongolian, and Soviet descent, as well as Allied POWs, were passed on to the unit, amounting to at least 3,000 in total. These people were experimented on at the camp. They were called logs as a staff joke because the facility's cover was that it was a lumber mill. Organs were removed and studied, limbs were amputated, and these people were injected with diseases to examine their effects. The unit also infected fleas with the plague and dropped these, along with infected supplies and clothing. This is estimated to have taken the lives of upwards of 400,000 Chinese civilians. This barely scratches the surface of the horrendous things that Unit 731 did. The unit was the heart of darkness made manifest. If you're willing to look into that darkness, don't say I didn't warn you. Number 14, the Goiânia accident. This one's radioactive. The Goiânia accident occurred in Brazil in 1987, and a look into the unfortunate events Wikipedia page will have you wondering if it could happen again, and it can anywhere at any time. What happened was there was a radiotherapy source, specifically a teletherapy radiation capsule, at an abandoned hospital that was handled by a number of people. 4 of these people passed away, and 200 249 more suffered high levels of radiation material in their bodies. Called one of the world's worst nuclear disasters by Time magazine, multiple houses had to be demolished and the topsoil removed from sites due to the incident. Number 13, Genie. This is one of the most vicious cases of wrongdoing by a young girl's own father on record. Jeannie was born in America in 1957. Her father decided when she was only a baby that she was mentally disabled. As she grew older, he started withholding attention and care, and his dislike of Jeannie led to her nearly complete social isolation by the age of 20 months. From that age to 13 and a half years old, she was kept locked in her room, her arms and legs nearly always immobilized, secured to a crib or a child's toilet. No one was allowed to communicate with Jeannie. She wasn't given any form of stimulation or entertainment, and she was severely malnourished. Due to her isolation, Jeannie could not communicate, having been exposed to so little language, and it wasn't until 1970 that the Los Angeles Child Welfare Authorities were made aware of her situation. Once Jeannie was removed from her home, linguists, psychologists, and other scientists began examining her unique case, specifically her human development. It took only months for her to communicate non-verbally and develop basic social skills. However, when the case study was finalized, she still had traits of an unsocialized person and could not acquire a first language, thus suggesting that these are critical points in which language can be acquired during the normal processes of human development. In 1978, Jeannie's mother stepped in and disallowed further testing of her daughter. At this point, it's thought that Jeannie was thereafter cared for by the state of California, but nothing further is factually known about her living arrangement. We can only hope that Jeannie was at last allowed to live in peace. Number 12, Capgras Delusion. Imagine you walk into your kitchen one morning, your husband is cooking breakfast, but when he turns to you and you look in his eyes, suddenly you feel that this isn't your husband at all, but an imposter, just pretending. This psychiatric disorder involves a delusion in which someone feels an identical imposter has replaced their parent, family member, friend, spouse, or even their pet. Classified as a delusional misidentification syndrome, Capgras delusion can be transient, acute, or chronic, and can also involve a feeling of time warp or substitution. Paranoid schizophrenia is often involved, but dementia and brain injury can also be a contributing factor. Have you ever thought your loved one was an imposter? Number 11, Rocktario. Cults are always creepy, but this one is particularly heinous. Canadian cult leader Rocktario was the head of a religious group from 1977 to 1989 called the Anthill Kids. Calling himself the Prophet Moise, Terrio's cult followed upon Seventh-day Adventist church beliefs. He sold the commune as a place where people could go to be motivated and live free from sin, in unity and harmony. Of course, with such freedom comes a lot of restrictions, one of them being that members were not allowed to keep in contact with their families. There was also a doomsday element to the Anthill Kids, as Terrio claimed the end would come in February 1979, which in fact it didn't. As within many cults, Terrio established that he could have multiple wives, and all female members were required to have a child with him. 26 children later, they and his followers were under Terrio's totalitarian rule at his commune. Anyone who considered leaving the commune or who did not obey his rules faced increasingly worse punishment, which started with plucking all the hairs on a person's body and ended with forcing followers to break their own legs with sledgehammers. After finally taking the life of one member, Solange Bulliard, while attempting to demonstrate his healing powers after she complained of a stomach ache, Terrio was arrested and sentenced to life behind bars. If you have the nerve, click on this Wikipedia page. Some of the actions this cult leader committed are beyond appalling. Number 10, Mike the Headless Chicken. Ever heard the phrase, running around like a chicken with its head cut off? If so, it probably made you cringe once you thought it through. If it did, jump over to Mike the Headless Chicken's Wikipedia page, and you'll be doing more than cringing. This chicken had its head cut off and lived on not just for minutes, but for 18 months after. When the story first came out in 1945, many believed it to be a hoax, but Mike's owner, Lloyd Olson of Colorado, took the headless chicken to the University of Utah to have his story verified. As it would turn out, the chicken was still living because when Olson had gone to chop off his head, he missed the jugular vein, leaving a majority of the brainstem intact. The botched act made it so that the chicken could still perch, attempt to peck for food, and even crow, which is said to have sounded more like gurgling than an actual crow. Mike became a sensation, and he was soon taken on tour to be part of a sideshow act, earning Olson $4,500 a month, which is $49,300 in today's money. During the height of the chicken's popularity, sadly, Mike's headless life was cut short when he passed away from choking on a piece of corn in the middle of the night. His legacy lives on, however, in Fruita, Colorado, where Mike the Headless Chicken Day is celebrated each year in May.
What?
Just don't think about it too much, or you'll be having nightmares about it tonight. Number 9. Gold Base. This is the international headquarters of the Church of Scientology, located in Riverside County, California, around 100 miles from Los Angeles. The compound is confidential and heavily guarded by patrols 24/7, high fences with razor wire, and ultra barrier spikes at the top, motion detectors, and cameras. The church also closely monitors passing traffic along the public road nearby. So what is going on inside of the nearly 50 building compound that requires such heavy security and secrecy? The church acquired the property in 1978 with cash under the alias Scottish Highland Quietude Club. Senior church officials, as well as the church's leader and the elite inner circle of around 1,000 members, known as the Sea Org, live on site, and many prominent Scientologists have studied at Gold Base, including Tom Cruise. As luxurious as this compound sounds, staff conditions are said to be terrible. Pay is $50 for a 100-hour work week, and punishments are dealt to those who don't fulfill work quotas. The lake was reportedly used for punishment on various occasions in the 2000s. One of those punishments involved being pushed into the freezing cold water at night while the leader looked on. According to reports, mistreated members of staff, up to 100 annually, make an attempt at escaping from Gold Base. They are inevitably captured and brought back to the base by pursuit teams. If this summary on the fearful place known as Gold Base isn't enough for you, click on through to the Wikipedia page. There's plenty more where this comes from. Number 8. Stone Man Syndrome. This entry might give you flashbacks of Grayscale, turning Jorah Mormont of Game of Thrones into a stone man, but in reality, Stone Man Syndrome is much scarier even than fiction. It's a rare connective tissue disease in which damaged fibrous tissue, like muscles, ligaments, and tendons, becomes ossified and permanently frees joints in place when injured. This syndrome occurs when the repair mechanism of the body has mutated. Sometimes joints are affected in such a way that the patient cannot open or close the mouth completely to eat or talk. Breathing complications can also occur as a result of extra bone formation surrounding the rib cage, which presses the diaphragm and lungs. If you can imagine not being able to move certain parts of your body or breathe easy, you probably have some idea of what it feels like to suffer from this syndrome. Number 7. June and Jennifer Gibbons. These identical twins were born in 1963 in Barbados and raised in Wales. Known as the Silent Twins, the pair only talked to each other and rarely left each other's side. They were bullied and ostracized in school. As they became socially isolated, their language became almost unintelligible to others, and they often mirrored each other's actions as they spoke. By 14, they only spoke to each other and their younger sister. A series of therapists attempted to encourage them to be more social by sending them to separate boarding schools, but this only made them feel more isolated, as they each withdrew completely when on their own. Once reunited, the girls wrote fiction together and put on plays with their dolls. Their stories often involved characters who exhibited criminality. Their interest in this may have been inspiration, as their later actions included arson. They were eventually sent to a mental hospital called Broadmoor for 14 years. Although they continued to be mute to the world, the girls shared a pact that if one of them passed, the one left to live would have to speak and live normally. While still in Broadmoor, they decided that one of them must pass away, and Jennifer offered to so that June could live normally. She did in fact pass away of inflammation of the heart during a move to another facility, but the cause of this inflammation is still unknown. A few days after Jennifer had passed, June stated, "I'm free at last, liberated. And at last Jennifer has given up her life for me." Did she give up her life, or was her life taken? Some speculate whether June may have set herself free, but that's entirely speculation. Number 6. Rat King. This is not what it sounds like. It's not a single rat, so large and powerful it became king. It's a group of intertwined rats that have somehow gotten stuck together. Somehow the rats' collective tails become intertwined, and they are stuck together sometimes by sap, gum, or by something that entangles them, like hair. How many rats constitute a rat king? The number can be anywhere from 3 to upwards of 32. For some reason, Germany has seen this phenomenon more so than anywhere else, but it is a rare occurrence, and rats aren't the only rodents this strangeness happens to. Squirrels and forest mice have also been known to king up, but in my opinion, the thought of that is distinctly not as gross as rats. Number 5. Dancing mania. So you think you can dance? Don't start or you may not be able to stop. This social phenomenon occurred between the 14th and 17th centuries in mainland Europe, where erratic dancing, sometimes involving thousands of people at once, resulted in many collapsing from exhaustion, also known as the dancing plague, or St. Vitus's dance. This mania isn't simply an all-night rager, rather it's an outbreak that spreads quickly. The first major one happened in 1374 in the Holy Roman Empire, and others have been noted throughout the centuries ever since. The cause of dancing mania is unknown, but some believe it was simply mass hysteria, which is when social influence causes physical symptoms with no known cause. Other theories range from religious cults instituting the mania to the period's poverty, resulting in spontaneous dancing to relieve stress. Whatever the cause was in the past, nowadays we just call it the fun pastime of a flash mob. Number 4. Lori Erica Ruff. This one will send you down an internet rabbit hole. After a failed marriage, Lori Erica Ruff took her own life on Christmas Eve 2010 at her father-in-law's house. It was only then that her in-laws discovered that Ruff was not who she seemed. Lori Erica Ruff was not even her real name. Rather, it was an alias. In fact, it was one of at least 2 aliases she had adopted in her lifetime. Her secret was discovered after her passing, when her in-laws decided to take it upon themselves to dig into Ruff's mysterious past. They found her house a complete mess, with laundry, trash, and dishes piled up all over the place, and documents and papers shredded, some with meaningless messages written. That's when they came upon a lockbox hidden in a closet. After prying it open with a screwdriver, they found more odd scribblings inside, along with a birth certificate for Becky Sue Turner, as well as a change of name ruling, legally allowing someone called Turner to change her name to Lori Erica Kennedy. Things got even weirder when investigators found that Turner had passed away at 2 years old in a house fire. Still, Lori's birth name remained a mystery, as further scribblings turned up nothing, even after they sought the help of an investigator for the Social Security Administration. The woman's identity was not recovered. Theories of who she was could be found far and wide all over the internet. It wasn't until 2013 that Colleen Fitzpatrick, a former NASA contractor and forensic genealogist, took upon the case by tracing her genetic genealogy. She was eventually led to believe the woman was Kimberly McLean, an identity thief who became Becky Sue Turner through obtaining the birth certificate of the child who'd passed away in the fire, and then moved and changed her name to Lori Erica Kennedy. Why she did all this, we may never know, but again, as you could probably guess, the internet has some theories. Number 3, human experimentation in the United States. This particular page lists a number of unethical experiments enacted on test subjects in the US. Why are they considered unethical? Well, in many of these cases, they were performed without the subject's consent or knowledge, and often illegally. Who were these subjects? Often minorities, the poor, the incarcerated, the sick, the mentally disabled, and even children. What kind of tests were performed? Human, radiation, and surgical experiments. Experiments to test out interrogation techniques. Exposure to biological and chemical experiments such as diseases leading to loss of life, experiments to test mind-altering substances, and many more. Who ran these tests? Often funds coming from the US government. You heard that correctly. The CIA, the US military, and private corporations tied to the military were the primary funders. The experiments they performed in detail are certainly a disturbing read. Number 2. Fatal insomnia. This one will keep you up at night, literally. Usually inherited, fatal insomnia is a rare sleep disorder found in only about 40 families globally, and with just 100 people diagnosed. After the disease's onset, this form of insomnia could lead to the end of your life within a few months to a few years, with the average survival rate of being 18 months. As the title would suggest, insomnia is the primary symptom, but dementia, speech and physical coordination issues can also result from this form. The 4 stages of this form of insomnia include stage 1 that lasts around 4 months and entails progressive insomnia with an increase in panic attacks, phobias, and paranoia. Stage 2 that lasts for about 5 months includes noticeable panic attacks and hallucinations. Stage 3 lasts around 3 months and includes total insomnia, no sleep, and rapid weight loss. And stage 4 may last 6 months or more, during which the individual grows mute and unresponsive, dementia sets in, and then passing on. If you're having trouble sleeping, don't search it up on Wikipedia, or you may just be its next victim.
I know why I have trouble sleeping. It's because my body doesn't produce enough melatonin. So I'm okay. I take melatonin tablets for it.
Before we get to number 1, my name is Chills and I hope you're enjoying my narration.
Not melatonin tablets, I forgot what they're called.
If you're curious, the circle I curiosity makes the bell beside it.
Scratching my
Saturday. Number 1, list of unusual. This list of unusual passing is more entertaining than scary, but in reading it, you may start to fear that there are so many ways to pass away than you'd previously thought. Let the horror begin. The list includes rare, unique, and yes, unusual cases of people passing away. Unusual being, as the Wikipedia article notes, not habitually or commonly occurring or done, and remarkable or interesting because different from or better than others, as defined by Oxford Dictionary. It includes such examples as Draco, an Athenian lawmaker in 620 BC, who was smothered by gifts of hats and cloaks by grateful citizens and passed away, or Martin of Aragon, who, in 1410, passed away of laughter. Well, not just laughter, but rather a combination of belly laughing and indigestion from eating a whole goose. The joke, you might ask. When asked where he'd been, the king's jester replied, "Out of the next vineyard, where I saw a young deer hanging by his tail from a tree, as if someone had punished him for stealing figs." Maybe it was funnier back then. This list certainly isn't, though. Thanks for checking out this video. Be sure.
Certainly not funny. Top 15 scary videos found on 4chan. Nah. That tragically died. What the? Seen this one, haven't we? Pretty sure we have. Ruin your childhood. Yeah, seen that one before. Found online. Scariest deaths that remain unsolved. A lot of them have a scary look thingamajiggy. Oh, what the bloody hell?
Number 15. Look, WTF, I found laying in the forest today. In 2012, an anonymous poster uploaded a photo of a grenade on 4chan, asking the obvious question, is it dangerous? A number of smartass users joked, nah, just pull the pin, while others were more serious about the matter, like one helpful anonymous commenter who responded, military often drill the bottom out for practice grenades. I think fuse is still inside, just the cap is off. Could be super dangerous now. See if you can see the powder. The OP did not heed the potential warning, however, instead opting to pull the pin, as other commenters suggested, but it didn't explode. Basically, the whole top broke off, he said. I left it there for a few minutes, but nothing is happening. He then asked for further suggestions. One user suggested to smash it with a hammer. Another proposed to throw it into a fire in the forest. The OP microwaved it instead, then tried burning it in a fire, to no effect. The last post from OP was a photo of his car tire on top of the grenade. He tried to run it over, then he disappeared from the thread. What happened to him? Did the grenade end his life? It's a mystery. Number 14. Chris Harper Mercer. On October 1st, 2015, 26-year-old Chris Harper Mercer rampaged through the Umpqua Community College campus in Oregon, where he was enrolled, and took the lives of 8 students and an assistant professor. Then he turned the gun towards himself and took his own life. Sadly, this could have all been prevented, as Chris Harper Mercer posted his plans on 4chan. Some of you guys are all right. Don't go to school tomorrow if you are in the Northwest, he posted cryptically. He continued by predicting his plans. Happening thread will be posted tomorrow. He signed off. So long, space robots. As users started to inquire about what his cryptic message meant, the OP posted, "We'll post again in AM, 10-minute countdown, won't say more, too much to prepare." Instead of reporting the mysterious post, others began to taunt him, calling him pathetic and daring him to do it. He's said to have had long-term mental health issues. At this time, he was on academic probation at Umpqua, as his grades had fallen below a C average. Was this post on 4chan a last-ditched attempt at getting talked off the ledge, or was it just another sadistic game he was playing? Number 13. The Bunker. An anonymous poster wrote about a bunker or bomb shelter that his paranoid grandfather, who was a World War II vet, had built on his land. He was fearful of a nuclear war with the communists, according to the OP. In the post, the OP explores this mysterious bunker, with commenters egging him on. The OP said that he had high hopes with entering the bunker, but only found a makeshift toilet and old rusted garbage. That is, until he found a heavy padlock door. He busted the padlock and forced the door open. Inside the room, he found creepy carvings, faces in the rock. He described them as a bunch of ghostly faces staring you down. When he looked below the carvings, he found a bone, a human bone with a pounding heart. He spun around and spotted more bones, protruding from the concrete, as though human remains had been dumped in a batch of quick-dry cement. He heard laughter coming from a corner of the room. This is when he bolted, like the devil was chasing him. The OP didn't post about the event again, leading many to wonder if this bomb shelter was discovered to be a sacrificial altar or something even more mysterious. Number 12. The Ogre in the Basement. One day on 4chan, an anonymous poster started an innocent enough thread, one that would build to epic and hilarious proportions. "Aw yeah, just got back from the Costco to get my copy of Fury Road," he said. "Anyone else picked it up?" Along with this message, he uploaded a photo of his hand holding the Mad Max DVD. This is where things got weird. "That goblin hand, WTF man," another anonymous user responded. Soon everyone with normal non-goblin hands came rolling into the forum to uncover the mystery of why the OP's hand was goblin green. "Are you an ogre?" another user asked. The background in the pic led others to believe he lives below ground. "Giant rubber hand," one user said. The OP wasn't having any of this riffraff. "There's nothing wrong with my hands," he replied. "Stop talking about them." It got weirder and more mysterious from there. The OP began posting pictures of his living quarters. In one pic, there were multiple laptops, stacked one over the other. He claimed he couldn't afford a laptop, but whenever the people upstairs bought a new computer, they gave him their old one. This led one user to crack, "The people upstairs, your owners." The teasing led the OP to ask if everyone could please get back to the original topic at hand, which only made everyone raffle and reply, "At hand." For some reason, the OP continued to upload photos of his home. In response to where he goes to the bathroom, he replied, "I'm not an animal, you asshole. I use a bucket." Although the mystery at hand may seem like one involving whether the OP was a real-life troll living under a bridge, most started to wonder whether he was simply your average, everyday internet troll. His responses and photos in the thread seemed to indicate he was. At the end, he posted an image of what looked to be an underground tunnel, alongside the caption, "Also, I'm expanding the basement a little of my own accord. It's just kinda cramped down here, so I'm in the process of digging it out. They said it was okay upstairs after they heard me digging." One anonymous user seemed to finally be keyed up to the trolling. "Well, the troll has had his fun," Anonymous wrote. "Now stop pretending you all think this is real." Why though? Why? Number 11. Liquid injection. A user appeared on the 4chan scene in 2012 to pose an idea that was both mysterious and creepy. Posting a photo of a syringe full of neon fluorescent blue liquid, he wrote, "37 decides where this is injected. No limits." He claimed he was high on Class A drugs and wanted people to tell him where on his body to inject this potentially dangerous liquid. Others questioned if it was a real request, so the OP, original poster, offered up a timestamp to verify the legitimacy of his photograph. At last, he took up the suggestion by one user that he inject the glowing liquid into his wrist. The OP uploaded photos of the injection to the thread, with the needle deep in his wrist and the words "veins glowing" beside it. His veins were indeed glowing, leaving many to wonder what the heck the substance was and what it might do in the OP's body. After the liquid worked its way through the user's system, he failed to respond anymore on the thread, and nothing more was heard from him on the forum. This has led many to wonder whether he passed away from this mystery liquid. While some claim the liquid was a dye whose fluorescent nature is activated by UV light, others believed it was just a liquid from a glow stick. Some thought the OP was a prankster and the thread was entirely photoshopped, while truthers tend to think the mystery injection caused him to go into cardiac arrest. The reality of the event remains a mystery, and as long as the OP stays mum, it's unlikely any Redditors will solve the case of the glowing injection. Number 10. Someone is following me. 4 years ago, a user by the name of Partomp posted a claim that someone had placed a GPS tracker on his vehicle. "I noticed that one of my shocks on my car was making a lot of noise, and my car was riding hard," he said. "So I just figured that I had blown it. When I crawled up under my car, I found this. I can only assume it's a GPS tracker, held on with a large magnet. Now, what should I do?" What ensued was a Reddit investigation, the likes of which the internet has never seen. After much back and forth about whether the user was a target of government spying, an illicit target of some kind, or simply simply the partner of a jealous ex, one serious Redditor by the name of Omac clarified what type of GPS tracker it was. This is a civilian purchasable GPS tracking device called a Sleuth Gear GPS tracker. They cost anywhere between $400 and $800 depending on where you buy them and are very accurate on their location pinpointing. He also claimed that law enforcement and the FBI use a different sturdier model with a longer battery life. So having ruled out the government, this amateur detective's focus turned to the civilian population. My guess, crazy ex, stalker, etc. You need to ask some questions and make sure you
Some people are just absolute idiots. Why would they put a GPS tracker onto someone's car and track them? I mean, who the hell's doing it? Why would they do it? It's just ridiculous. Where's Mum? I was just in there. Mum? Where are ya? Where? Oh. I didn't even know you were still down there. I didn't know if you was in the bathroom or whatever, so I didn't know. I only thought Mum was in the bathroom with the door shut. So that's why I had to ask where she was. Scare him. Scratching my back. Chicken strip. Oh, that was. I didn't mean to say chicken strip then. As my sister just said, my nan and granddad use back scratchers. We use walls. It actually helps. She's gone downstairs. What, has she already switched them on?
No, 6 o'clock, mate. It's only half, 20 past 4.
Oh, so in 2 hours, okay. Just to let you guys know, I don't know how long I'm going to be. I mean, I never know how long I'm going to be whilst live streaming. You know fully well, guys, that I could be streaming for like for hours and hours on end. So, in 2 more hours, what the hell? In 2 more hours, the person who made my Freddie Mercury Queen cake, she's going to turn her Christmas lights on, and I tell you now, it looked like New York. That's all I can say. There's a crap ton, and I literally mean it, a crap ton of Christmas lights, to the point where it takes her 1 whole month to set it all up. And that's outside. How crazy is that? And I'll even record the event as well of when she turns them on. Like, holy crap. And she adds more on every year. Her electric bill must go through the roof, I tell you now.
Stay safe, Pardham jokingly posted in response, maybe I'll remove the GPS from the waterproof casing and leave a ransom note. If you want your GPS to live, replace this note with $250 in unmarked bills and I'll put the GPS back. No questions asked. As more and more users pushed the OP about whether he had a crazy partner who wanted to track his every move, Pardhomp admitted he did. He also admitted that a month prior, he'd wanted to attend the birthday of a close friend who just so happened to be a girl. His crazy girlfriend didn't like that. He told his girlfriend that he wouldn't go until that fateful day arrived. When the time came up, I thought, screw this, I'm going, the OP said. So I did, and all night my girlfriend called and called. I think it was around 45 or more times. When I finally talked to her, she mysteriously knew more than she could have, but never told me how. Well, I think we know how. Mystery solved. Number 9. The Stalker. Have you ever wished someone loved you to the point of obsession? When you read the Filmarlion, you'll rethink that wish. This mysterious and creepy 97-page document, composed by a 4chan user called The Archiver, is a sample of just how disturbing stalking can become. The devil is in the details, as they say. And the document, which contains artworks, poems, and intense and extensive...
I keep getting orange-looking things from my bottle. Look, I'll have to show you guys. Oh, hold on. Let me... This is what I was doing. I'll have to show you guys. Actually, no, I could just show you here. Couldn't I? I could just show you here. Right, I was using my shirt to wipe... I had the lid off, and I was using my shirt to wipe my bottle. Oh, it's happened again. No, 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 no. Look. How do I get the light on? Here we go. Yeah, I'll just do it like that. Like, see, orange stuff keeps coming from my bottle. But just weird looking orange stuff that look like earwax. And I have absolutely no idea why. If anyone could know what this weird stuff is that I keep... Oh my god, look how orange and horrible it looks. And I drink from that. I bloody drink from that. Ugh. Nah, I need to show my mum. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. That is filthy. It didn't come from just one bottle, it came from both. I've got two clear bottles that look exactly the same, and it came from both of them. It's some weird, horrible earwax looking orange stuff. Didn't mean to click on that. Blech, just looks filthy. I can't believe I was drinking from that, not realising how dirty it can get.
Of note keeping is as detailed as they come. The target of the stalking, 4chan user UTV. In June 2013, the archiver started to follow UTV's threads on the SP or sports board and comment on everything UTV said with great enthusiasm. UTV responded with a whole lot of cussing. That's when the fantasy began. In the film Marleon, the archiver archives UTV's site activity, writes about their fantasy future together, produces sonnets and collages surrounding UTV's posts, imagining what their apartment would look like, and even writes up an obituary and funeral plans for the stalker's beloved. In one of the creepiest sonnets of all time, the archiver writes, "How can I explain my deep-seated love for UTV? I could compare him to an Aston Villa goal, but unlike a Villa goal, UTV enlightens me. I want him with me always like a benign mole. It's no Shakespeare, but kudos for rhyming goal with mole." You might think that this is where the stalking ends, but no, it got even creepier. The archiver wanted UTV's personal info, so he or she started the Bait Club, which included the UTV Archiver YouTube channel. The channel uploaded 3 videos, which some thought might be coming from the inside of the house, UTV's house that is. The extent of the archiver's creepy stalking all came to a head on October 6th, when the archiver posted his magnum opus, the film Marleon, his stalking's collective works, along with the following message: "I've been with UTV for 255 threads. This is my last one. My parents have discovered my UTV works, and they have insisted I remove everything of the type from my computer and be done with it. They will be monitoring my activities now to be sure I cannot do it anymore. They have given me a day to remove everything, and this is my final message. I am sorry to UTV and hope he sees this and understands. 'Twas a sad day for imaginary love." Number 8. The West Roads Mall. Another perpetrator posted cryptic warnings on 4chan was the 2007 incident at West Roads Mall in Omaha, Nebraska, as 19-year-old Robert Hawkins gunned down 8 people and wounded 4 before turning the gun on himself. His note remarked that part of the allure was the fame that came along with it, even after his passing. His note read, "I just want to take a few pieces of shit with me. Just think though, I'm gonna be famous." Hawkins had been in therapy since he was 6 years old and was hospitalized for depression at 6. At 14, he made homicidal threats to his stepmother, which landed him in a mental health treatment center. According to one Reddit thread, on December 5th, 2007 at 12:38 p.m., he posted the following message: "Later today, I'm going to bring my rifle to Von Mar department store at the Westroads Mall, Omaha, Nebraska, to try to beat Cho's high score. I'm going out in style." Hawkins was referring to Suing Hoei Cho, the man who took 32 lives at Virginia Tech earlier that year. Other 4chan users chided Hawkins, telling him to do it and saying 4chan is behind you all the way. Again, was he reaching out for someone to tell him not to go through with it? We'll never know. Beginning just a little over an hour after his 4chan post at 1:47 p.m. Number 7. Sally Acorn Doll. Blow-up dolls are creepy enough. So what if some dude made a life-size doll out of a human skeleton? No what's if needed. This actually happened, and it was chronicled on 4chan. The homemade doll was fashioned after Sonic the Hedgehog's Sally Acorn, though the OP said the bones weren't real, but wooden replicas. It's hard to tell if the framework is human or not. Whatever the case, it frightened many a Reddit user, with Frater Horos saying, "Oh dear God," and Dirty Joey saying, "People like this really bother me. It's too creepy." We agree with you all the way, Dirty Joey. Number 6. The Voice on the Sleep app. In 2014, Reddit user RedWantsBlue80 posted about an Android app she used to get a better sleep called Sleep as Android. The app records your sleeping noises, including coughing, talking, snoring, and tossing and turning. The user said that she never heard anything on the app recordings other than normal sleep noises. But that all changed on December 30th when a strange noise was heard on the recording at 2:04 in the morning. She was alone with her 3-year-old that night, just the two of them in her bed. At the appointed time, a loud clicking noise came across on the recording. The user's voice is heard, saying, "What are you doing?" and a deeper voice answers, "Nothing." The clicking sound amplifies as the deep voice says, "That's them."
What are you doing? Okay. That's right. What are you doing? Okay. That's right.
According to the user, although other commenters who listen to the recording say it sounds like "I'm dead" or "I'm Danny," needless to say, Red Wants Blue 80 was super creeped out by this incident. In her post, she says, "I don't remember being awake that night. The only plausible explanation is that I answered my own sleep talking, but the voice doesn't even sound like me or something I could emulate. It definitely doesn't sound like a voice my preschooler could emulate either." She says the only thing that clicks in her room is a fan, but it's not loud enough to resonate at such a volume on her recording. 4 months later, the poster had changed the locks and improved her home security system. She said no more voices had been recorded, but she'd been awoken by the clicking noise 2 more times. The first time it occurred, she got up and approached her fan, and the sound started to fade away. The second time, she walked through her house and asked whatever was making the noise to please leave. "I felt like a complete ding-dong doing that," she said, "but I was up for trying about anything." An interesting Redditor took it upon himself to PM Red Wants Blue 80 to offer his professional opinion of the posted recording. The other person in the recording definitely isn't talking to yourself, nor is it your son. The voice's pitch in the question, "What are you doing?" is around 265 hertz. See 4 in musical notes, and the answerer's voice seems to be around 95 hertz, F# 2, that is relatively low voice for even a man. He continues, "Unfortunately, the recording seems to have clipped a lot of the lower frequencies, which makes it seem like the man's voice is around 190 hertz, but there's a little hint of the 90 hertz tone left, and judging by the upper frequencies in some test recordings of my own, I'm a man. It definitely seems and sounds like a man to me, although no one seems to have arrived at a consensus as to who or what was making the clicking noise and responding to the user's sleep talking. Many have suggested that she was the victim of a home invasion. Thankfully, she's no longer residing at the home in question." Number 5. The guy who lived a lifetime in a moment. One poster, called "Tempt to Toss Soon," related a mysterious experience on a thread 5 years ago in which an assault knocked him unconscious and, in his unconsciousness, he lived a whole lifetime. In this second life, he met the perfect woman, whom he pursued for months before winning her heart and marrying her. They had a daughter together. In the OP's second life, his job paid well enough that his wife could stay at home with their growing family. They also had a son, and the OP loved them both. For a while, everything was going swimmingly, until the OP noticed that the perspective of a lamp in his home was going off. "I was transfixed," he wrote. "I couldn't look away from it. I stayed up all night staring at it. The next morning I didn't go to work. Something was just not right about that lamp." The lamp took over his life. He stopped eating and sleeping. His wife tried to talk to him, but after a while she left, taking her kids to her mother's. Then the OP realized the lamp and all the rest wasn't real. It expanded and consumed the OP's entire perspective. "All I could see was red," the OP wrote. "I heard voices, screams, all kinds of weird noises, and I became aware of pain. The first words I said were, 'I'm missing teeth,' and I opened my eyes. I was laying on my back on the sidewalk, surrounded by people that I didn't know. Lots were freaking out. I was completely confused." This is when the OP was taken to the hospital in a cop car. After this, he suffered years of depression, impacted by this imaginary life he never lived, and the loving family he never had.
Right, hello? Right, hello? So annoyed. I'm actually really annoyed. Okay, the sound. How long has the stream stopped for? Because I've only just noticed that the stream just stopped. So sorry if you didn't watch the rest of the video. I've just reacted to it and I was bloody just talking and everything, and this is the part it's showing here where the stream apparently stopped. So let me... What actually happened? Let me have a look.
According to the user, although other commenters who listened to the recording Number 5. The guy who lived a lifetime in a moment. He met the perfect with their...
Okay, so where...
But after a while she left, taking her kids to her mother's. Then the OP realized the lamp and all the rest wasn't real. It expanded and consumed the OP's entire perspective. All I could see was red, the OP wrote. I heard voices, screams, all kinds of weird noises, and I became aware of pain. The first words I said were, "I'm missing teeth," and I opened my eyes. I was laying on my back on the sidewalk, surrounded by people that I didn't know. Lots were freaking out. I was completely confused. This is when the OP was taken to the hospital in a cop car. After this, he suffered years of depression, impacted by this imaginary life he never lived.
Okay, what the hell? Why did it just all of a sudden randomly stop there?
He suffered years of depression, impacted by this imaginary life he never lived, and the loving family he never had. Sad, weird, and very mysterious.
Yeah, we've already seen
Number
this one
4.
before.
4chan Mystery. Before Facebook Live was used to stream horrendous acts in real time, 4chan was an online source for criminals to broadcast their misdeeds. One of them was posted on the site by another Oregon State 4chaner. 33-year-old David Kallick was charged with taking his girlfriend's life in Washington, after which he posted photos of his victim and the scene, writing about his girlfriend, Amber Lynn Coplin, and about how he wanted police to take his life in a shootout. Instead, what actually unfolded was a peaceful surrender. Sergeant Nate Thompson said that Kallick approached him while he was on patrol and said, "I have a warrant for my arrest." Police found Coplin's remains in her bedroom, where Kallick had left her driver's license near her head. What was Kallick's motive for posting these photos on 4chan? Was he bragging or did he want to be caught? The mystery remains. Number 3. The shipping container. An Australia 4chan user wrote about a mysterious find in the middle of the outback. He worked for a company that sourced labor for rural areas,
Give me a minute. I forgot. I have only just remembered that I forgot that I put these two on charge last night. They're external, what do you call them? Power banks, that's it. I forgot that I put them on charge last night, and it's a good thing I did, because, I'm going out at 7 o'clock, I believe. 6 o'clock, that's it, 6 o'clock. And I've only just remembered that I put these on charge, and it's a good thing I did, because I'll be able to charge my phone and stuff and record it. And record everything that will be going on, so it's a good thing I bloody put them on charge. Thank God for that.
Sending temps into the outback as farmhands. On one occasion, he said he was working for a large property, clearing bushland with 3 other guys. His boss, Jeremy, gave the workers the day off since it was swelteringly hot, and he told the OP about a watering hole 25 miles north. The other guys stayed behind, but the OP took Jeremy up on the offer to drive there. While they were driving, Jeremy pointed out something strange to the OP. In the middle of nowhere, they spotted a large blue angular structure far off in the distance. Heading towards it, they found a big shipping container which, according to Jeremy, hadn't been there when he drove there 5 weeks prior. They decided to investigate. Attached to the shipping crate was a big diesel generator, and the crate was being monitored by CCTV cameras. Regardless, the building was on Jeremy's property and was trespassing, so they broke the padlock on the door with bolt cutters and entered. The crate was an office, fitted out with computer equipment, desks, rolling chairs, and plastic storage boxes. On the computers were what the OP described as endless lists of computer talk, picking up and receiving data, then recording it on several windows. The OP had no idea what was going on, but when he approached the boxes, he became sick to his stomach. The box was full of posters, DVDs, and photos, all of children. The OP leapt up and dragged Jeremy out of the place, explaining what he'd found. They raced back to the farm and called the police, who arrived an hour later. They led the police to the shipping container, but by the time they arrived, a fire had been set. Nothing was uncovered from the fire, but the OP remained shocked from the incident. I'll never forget what I saw in those boxes, he wrote. Number 2. The Sad Tale of Fridge Bro. Here's one 4chan thread that will make your skin crawl. A poor anonymous user, who became known as Fridge Bro, uploaded photographic evidence on...
Alright, the stream just bloody stopped for no reason again. Right, this time I'm staring at that right there to see if it will go from green to red. I don't know why it keeps stopping, by the way, guys. I genuinely don't know. Like, right, this time why did it just stop again?
Here's one 4chan thread that will make your skin crawl. A poor anonymous user, who became known as Fridge Bro, uploaded photograph...
Okay, why is it just randomly stopped for no reason then? It's all green, so I don't understand why it's doing that. Right, if anyone can let me know why the stream just keeps stopping, even though it's constantly staying at green, then let me know, please, because I don't know if it's the kilobytes per second or whatever. But, hold on, let me try and get to the beginning of number 2 again.
Here's one 4chan thread that will make your skin crawl. A poor anonymous user, who became known as Fridge Bro, uploaded photographic evidence on 4chan of his disgustingly dirty home one night, with the accompanying sad tale. Every night, browse 4chan on phone in bed. Drainflies attracted to light so they bounce off phone. Get fed up one night and sob into pillow. Will drainflies bounce off my head? Dining room table is completely covered in old dishware and beyond mummified food. Plastic milk container rots and explodes. The smell was the most unpleasant thing I've experienced. He goes on to tell of walking his dog outside and being approached by a concerned neighbor who asks why his windows are so grimy and why his Christmas decorations from 4 years ago are still up. His response? I just forgot. The OP further claims that once he was sick, he threw up all over the toilet and still hasn't cleaned it. He dare not sit down on it now, instead hovering above it. He also claims that his old fridge wouldn't close and everything in it rotted. Instead of getting rid of it, he just used a mini fridge until a neighbor put an old one out on the curb. He uses that one now, though the old rotting fridge is still in his home. Without photos, many would likely believe he's spinning a tale, but the photos seem to prove he lives exactly as he's telling it. Garbage everywhere, vomit, flies, everything in a state of decay. How can he bear living in such a vile swampland? Live like this all my life, Fridge Bro says. Pretty much used to it. Well, some might laugh, some might gag, and some might shake their heads. You can't help but feel sorry for the mysterious Fridge Bro. The only time I talk to people is when my neighbors say hello, Fridge Bro claims. With no friends or family, he even predicts how it will all end for him. I'm going to be found a rotten husk in my computer chair, surrounded by filth, when a government worker comes to see why I haven't picked up my NetBucks check for a month yet. Here's hoping Fridge Bro has since gotten some help and some friends. Before we get to number 1, my name is Chills and I hope you're enjoying the video so far. If you've ever...
Let's hope we did get some help.
Me a
That's
DM.
flipping filthy. Ugh.
Hit that subscribe. Toad in space, for whatever reason. Tuesday and Saturday. Number 1. First toad in space. For whatever reason, one 4chaner decided to send a poor toad into space using what he describes as state-of-the-art aviation equipment. After putting the toad into a docile cryogenic state, he attaches the toad to what looks to be 8 green balloons and prepares him for launch. Lastly, he posts a photo of the toad being sent off on an adventure. Allah, the old man in up. Why anyone would do this is beyond my reasoning. Thanks for checking out this video. Be sure to subscribe because we upload new countdowns.
The horrible, disgusting things that that people do. And that's animal cruelty. Sending it up into with a few balloons and The way that person was living. Horrible. Then microwave it, then burn it, then drive over it. What is wrong with you? That's true. Is anyone pointed out how he was using a UV light? Exactly how can it be a UV light when the liquid was going in his skin and you could see it going in his skin? So how can it be a UV light? 'Cause UV wouldn't bounce on the skin like that, or in it even. What? Burger King foot... God, what the hell, man? Top 15 videos to not watch if you want to sleep. I mean, at the minute, I do want to sleep, but I need to keep myself awake, so... Oh my god, this advert's been going on for a year now! Stupid
Number
advert.
15.
Burger King!
Missing Persons Collection.
Joking.
If you go into the woods today, you probably won't find this surprise.
Oh. I've seen this video already. I mean, I should say. Oh no. Frozen in time.
Number 15. The Beautiful Mummy. It's hard to imagine a mummy being described as beautiful, but that's exactly how archaeologists describe one mummy that they uncovered in a Chinese graveyard in 2003. With her pitch-perfect skin, hair, and eyelashes, she became known as the Beauty of Zayahi. This region offers up some of the finest naturally preserved mummies of all times because of their air quality and freeze-drying nature. That's what kept her so beautiful. Even a millennium after she passed, the woman was surrounded by pouches of herbs and was in a wooden boat. Judging by her felt wool hat, she is believed to be a priestess and village leader, frozen in time. The woman's epic history remains a mystery. Number 14. Lady Xuanjui. 2,000 years after her reign, this queen would re-emerge from the past when her tomb was unearthed from its burial place in China.
Why do human bodies decay like that? Why do we even decay at all?
The lady had passed away in 163 BCE, but even after these 2,000 years hidden away, her brain and other internal organs were 100% intact. She is considered to be the best preserved mummy ever, uncovered with a complete medical profile compiled by archaeologists. Her real name was Xinjue, but most called her Lady Dai, or the Diva Mummy. With such a complete medical profile, the autopsy showed a number of health issues, including lower back pain, clogged arteries, heart issues, and being overweight. The body of this ancient woman offers great insights into the time and the individual herself. See, creepy mummies aren't always a bad thing. Number 13. It Gilov. In 1927, at 75 years old, this Russian monk knew he was nearing his passing, and he asked his fellow lamas to start his rites and meditation ceremonies. They didn't want to do it because his heart was still beating, so this monk chose to meditate in solitude. His solitude wasn't long, as other monks joined him until his last breath. In his final testament, It Gilov requested that he be put sitting in lotus posture as he was in his final moments. His request was granted, and he was placed in this position in a pine box. He now has a devoted following. Some believe he is living still, but in a nirvana-like state. Others consider him one of Russia's most sacred Buddhist objects. His body continues to be on display, is sometimes kept outside, and receives no special preservative treatment. A miracle, maybe, or perhaps IT Gilov is just in deep meditation. Number 12. The Croatian woman. Preserved people are one thing. Those who are found having passed away long ago in place are another. 42 years after Hedviga Golek was reported missing, she was found where she'd last been, relaxing in her favorite armchair, in front of her black and white TV with a cup of tea. Born in 1924, Hedviga is believed to have passed in 1966 at only 42 years old. She was reported missing, but most neighbors simply thought she'd moved away. The solution...
My mum's 43, and that woman died in 1966 at 42. Oh my god.
...to her case was a bit delayed, seeing that nobody was using the flat. Tenants had been hounding the authorities since 1970. City services even requested that someone look into the flat, but nothing was ever done. Hedviga was only discovered when her flat was broken into by police, who were sent there in 2008 to find out who owned the place. The officers on the scene described it like stepping back in time. Not a stone had been unturned in the place for more than 4 decades. Cobwebs
40
filled
years?
the joint, and everything was as Hedviga had left it. Right down to the very last drop of tea in her cup. Although Hedviga is presumably not as well preserved as many on this list, her apartment was certainly frozen in another era. And it's a mystery how the young woman's passing went undiscovered for so long. Number 11. Man of the Hole. The so-called Man of the Hole is exactly what you'd expect him to be. A man who basically lives in holes. Also known as the Last Tribesman, or the loneliest man on Earth, this unidentified man was found in 1996 to be living solo in the Amazon rainforest. As most indigenous people seem to be, the Man of the Hole is frozen in time as the last living member of his tribe, although which tribe or which language he speaks are both a complete mystery. He was discovered on a swath of land, enveloped in cattle ranches, where he built homes of straw and big leaves, under which he dug narrow and deep holes to live in, hence his nickname. He didn't stay put in another hole. He'd continuously abandon one for another. Some think that the man hid in these holes and also trapped animals there in order to eat. Did the discovery of this solitary man bring him out of his hole and into the modern world? No, in fact, the man will shoot an arrow at you if you venture too close to his territory, which a governmental protection agency for indigenous peoples has designated. Individuals or organizations cannot build or trespass on the 42.5 square miles of his territory. The mysterious man, frozen in the past, will live there forevermore, or at least until he meets his maker or his fellow long-lost tribesmen. Number 10. Arctic civilization mummies. Have you ever wondered what might be buried beneath the permafrost of Siberia or other areas of the Arctic? You might guess woolly mammoths or other prehistoric creatures, but you might not guess that mummified people of an ancient Arctic civilization might quite literally be frozen in time in the ice. That's just what some archaeologists discovered in the Siberian permafrost, which crosses the polar circle on the coast of the Arctic Ocean. 2 centuries-old people, those of a baby and an adult, were uncovered there, where they'd been wrapped in copper along with fur, tree bark, and textile materials. The infant, who was possibly 6 months old, judging from its size, had been wrapped with pieces of copper kettle, while the 5-foot 7-inch adult had been wrapped
That's
with
the same
copper
size
plates.
as me.
Why copper? likely because the people might be preserved with its antimicrobial properties. The region's permafrost, with its average yearly temperature being 21.7 Fahrenheit or -5 degrees Celsius, also served as a natural refrigerator that aided this preservation. The pair of mysterious folks will be studied in a lab, the studies of which include historical analysis, forensics, and genetic testing. Not much is known about the inhabitants of the region, so once the examination of the two is complete, the archaeological community may have a somewhat clearer picture of who once existed here. Until then, these people will remain frozen in time. Number 9. Casts of Pompeii. This list would be remiss without an entry about the famed city of Pompeii. Pompeii flourished from about the 6th century BC until its destruction, when a nearby volcano erupted in 79 AD. The civilization and its entire city was frozen in time. Today, a visit to Pompeii is a walk through a centuries-old complex, once buried and then dug up for all to behold. Mosaic tiles still cover the walls and floors, statues still stand, paint stays permanently on the walls. All of this is incredible to witness, but the most incredible and horrifying pieces are the casts of Pompeii. The townspeople are frozen in time, most of them likely passed from the 572 degree Fahrenheit or 300 degrees Celsius gas cloud that emitted from the volcano, rather than from the hot lava that would eventually erupt. Their faces are frozen in terror. As the hot cloud of ash finally ensnares them, the people were softened and ossified by the heat as they were buried in stone and ash, preserved for future civilizations to uncover. Pompeii was rediscovered in the 16th century, but excavation waited until the 18th century, when scientists were able to detect and extract the people intact. The casts are often displayed to the public, rather than the ossified people. Number 8. Green Boots. Mount Everest, the highest mountain in the world, is one of the greatest feats for many of the world's greatest mountain climbers. At around 29,000 feet, Everest is regularly challenged not only by professional climbers, but by those amateurs simply looking for a thrill, hoping to check Goliath off their bucket lists. That's why, as most people who've read up on climbing Mount Everest know, the Goliath is riddled with people, around 200 to be exact, of those challengers that didn't make it out. While many of these people have been identified and accounted for, as expeditions know those they were responsible for, who didn't come back, there's one person up on the mountain that remains a mystery. A landmark known as Green Boots found his eternal resting place on the mountain, outside a limestone cave somewhere in 2001. He was situated there, lying on his right side, his face covered in unidentifiable until at least 2014, when he was mysteriously removed. His lime-colored boots were the only identifying factor, the only clue to who he might have been. The mystery will forever remain frozen in time. However, as the body was either removed for burial or otherwise whitewashed from the mountainside. Number 7. Siberian Princess. Yet another discovery of a mysterious person found frozen in time was uncovered again in the Siberian permafrost. This one is no ordinary ancient citizen, however. She's known as a princess. The princess was discovered in the mountains, in a border area near the crossroads between Mongolia and Russia, as well as Kazakhstan and China. 2 men were discovered near the princess, as they're believed to be warriors. The princess herself was a well-respected warrior too, with incredibly intricate tattoos. The warrior men
Wow,
alongside her
yeah.
were also tatted up. These tats, frozen in time, have been described as phenomenal and incredible. The tattoos aren't the only remarkable feature of this princess. The 25-year-old was also dressed to the nines and was surrounded by ornaments of gold, bronze, wood, and felt, as well as a meal of horse and sheep meat. She and the warriors are believed to be members of people who were alive and kicking around the 5th century BC. Number 6, the Maiden of the Mountain. Whether frozen by circumstance, natural
Wait,
or
what?
unnatural, people preserved through the ages can bring the modern world some insight into what life was like during that person's era, how they may have passed away, and even some historical insight into diseases of the past.
Oh my
The
god.
500-year-old Incan mummy, found frozen in the ice of an Incan burial platform in 1999, proved a petri dish for all three. Also known as the Maiden, she was discovered buried at 22,000 feet in a volcano. One of the expedition members, U.S. archaeologist Johann Reinhard, said the
Oh my god, does anyone think he looks a little anything like Arnold Schwarzenegger? Holy crap, don't you think he looked like the young version of Arnold? Wow.
Doctors have been shaking their heads and saying they sure don't look 500 years old, but as if they'd passed a few weeks ago. He admitted that the mummy's hand
500
gave him a
years
chill
old.
because they appeared like those of a living person. No doubt these hands would give you the chills too. Number 5, the child mummy. Those who have lost a child might understand Mario Lombardo's misery completely. After he lost his 2-year-old daughter, Rosalia, to pneumonia in 1920, he was so devastated that he wanted to preserve her little image for eternity. The techniques used were fortified by keeping Rosalia in a catacomb in a glass coffin atop a wooden pedestal. After some time, they placed her in a sealed glass chamber full of nitrogen gas. She now lies frozen in time in the catacombs of Palermo, Sicily. Number 4, John Torrington. In 1846, John Torrington, a sailor of Sir John Franklin's failed Arctic expedition, passed away on Beachley Island in Canada. He was just one of many passings during the expedition. Torrington was one of the 3 preserved people found there over a century later. The area's freezing temperatures are to thank for the well-preserved people. Although Torrington's name is known, the rest of his identity remains a mystery. Any historical record of the man is non-existent. All anyone knows is that he was a stoker on the HMS Terror, one of the 2 ships of Franklin's expedition, and that 20-year-old Torrington may have been the expedition's first passing. Digging through the frozen permafrost to uncover Torrington was a struggle, but finally, 5 feet under, they hit upon the coffin. The handwritten plaque nailed to his coffin reads that he passed on January 1st, 1846. Surprising, considering the circumstances, the young man's coffin was very well designed, with white linen trim, blue fabric, and mahogany. The coffin took a long while to open, as it had been frozen into place, and the lid solidly ice closed and nailed shut. Once they got the lid open, they used hot water to melt the ice below, after which they first viewed Torrington's body. He was wrapped with linen strips, and his face was covered in fabric. He wore a gray button-up shirt. His toes and hands were very lifelike, while his skin, though somewhat leathery, had not decayed whatsoever. When they removed the fabric from his face, the man was staring straight at them, his gaze frozen in time. Number 3, the wet mummy. A construction worker in China was plugging away with his backhoe in March 2012, preparing the foundation for a new road. when suddenly he happened upon something more than dirt and rock. A 600-year-old mummy from the Ming Dynasty was discovered in a watery tomb below ground smack dab in the center of town. The mummy was remarkably well preserved, 5 feet tall, and found in fine clothing and jewelry, which included a...
Oh my god. Them hands. It looked like an old woman's hand. No offense to old women or anything, but seriously. What the
enormous
hell?
jade ring and silver hairpin in her hair. A silver exorcism coin was found on her, commonly placed there to defend against evil spirits. Why is this mummy so well preserved? Victor Mayer, an archaeologist from the University of Pennsylvania, said, "Wet mummies survive so well because of the anaerobic conditions of their resting places, but he believes the preservation of this mummy wasn't purposeful. I don't know of any evidence that Chinese ever intentionally mummified," Mayer said, crediting the mummification to the right environment. Whether nature or nurture preserved the wet mummy, she is now frozen in time at her state. Number 2. Evita. If you were alive in Argentina during the 1940s to 50s, you would know how important Eva Perón, aka Evita, was to the Argentinian people. As film director Fabian Russo Lenore puts it, in all of Latin America, only one other woman has aroused an emotion, devotion, and faith comparable to those awakened by Mary. In many homes, the image of Evita is on the wall next to Mary. Being akin to the Mother of God, it's no wonder that this national treasure and First Lady of President Juan Perón was so idolized that, instead of placing her in the ground, they decided to preserve her after she passed away in 1952. A renowned anatomy professor, Dr. Pedro Anna, performed the preservation to perfection. In fact, the doctor had done such a good job preserving Evita's body that the new government ended up taking her and stashing it away in Italy, where, according to legend, the body's caretaker fell in love with it and was driven insane. Sometime in the 1970s, Evita's remains were returned to her home country, where she was rightfully buried. Before we get to number 1, my name is Chills, and I hope you're enjoying the video so far. If you've ever been chillin' while you followed me, I recently created enough to hit that subscribe. New videos we upload every Tuesday and Saturday. If English isn't 1, missing Swiss couple. In August 1942, a Swiss couple, Marcelin, a shoemaker, and Francine, a school teacher, ages 40 and 37 respectively, mysteriously disappeared near the Alps. No one knew what happened to them. Strolling and singing, the couple had gone to a nearby meadow to milk their cows, never to be seen or heard from again. They left behind 6 children. The family had no people to bury, but 75 years later in 2012, the mystery was solved. A maintenance worker discovered the pair, frozen and well preserved in a glacier that had receded. Located at 8,500 feet above sea level, the glacier is surrounded by a number of ski resorts, and each year, it loses about a meter of ice. One of the resort directors said in a radio...
I have to show you how much ice is lost each year. I have to show you guys. Right, so Chills said a meter of ice is lost each year. This is how much is lost a year. That's massive. That's quite a bit of ice, I have to tell you. Like, flipping out, that's massive. About a meter of ice is lost each year, and that there is 1 meter long. Like, holy crap. My voice doesn't even sound like my voice. My voice to me at the minute doesn't even sound like my voice that I've been talking for that long. My voice actually to me sounds higher than what it normally would, but normally it sounds a lot deeper, like kinda like this, but not like that, but you know what I mean.
Television Swiss interview. From afar, it looked like small rocks, but there were too many in the same place. Nearing the place, he found decades-old boots, a glass bottle, watches, mess kits, and backpacks. Looking closer, they'd recovered the couple who were frozen in time in the era of the 1940s, wearing the clothes in vogue during that period. It's believed that the couple had fallen into the glacier's crevice. The people were transferred from the Alps for further inspection. The youngest of the 6 children left behind, and now 79 years old, said that the children had forever been in search for their parents. We thought that we could give them the ceremony they deserved one day, she said. She also said that she felt a deep sense of calm about the find because the mystery was now solved. While the mystery is no more, who knows how many other people are hidden in the ice. Thanks for
Wait for about 20 years, 20 meters of ice would be gone. Hey look, speaking of that, that technically means 2 meters of ice would have disappeared by now. Look, November 28th, it's the 1st of December. Ooh. What the hell is this? Stab, plug in straight, well, yeah.
Number 15.
Whatever.
Route 61 discovery.
Route 66. 61.
Near Schuylkill Haven in Pennsylvania, a road crew was shoveling dirt in their construction of Route 61 when
No
they came
way,
across
that's
something
real.
odd. Hundreds of bones. Even worse was that they were human. Don't worry, they weren't fresh. In fact, they were centuries old. The owners of the property, the Bachmans, were told that something like this might lie below, but who put these bones here? Some historians suggest that Spanish influenza crushed the county in 1918. 1,600 people passed over the course of a month. This resulted in this site in Schuylkill Haven. As you can probably imagine, during the heat of this event, a lot of fear was instilled in the county folk of the day. There was a genuine panic. Tom Drogalis, member of the Schuylkill County Historical Society, said everything closed. Schools, hospitals. The only thing left open were drugstores. Though panic surged through the people back in 1918, historians were having a heyday with this discovery. Bones were collected and tested. DNA tests were run to identify them and perhaps notify still living families of their long-lost relatives. An archaeology team was tasked with researching the lot. Needless to say, while all this was going down, construction was delayed on Route 61. Enjoy the detour while you can. Route 61 is probably haunted now. Number 14. Pablo Escobar's secret safe. Love him or hate him, Pablo Escobar is one of the most infamous and influential people in history. Despite his reputation, Escobar owned some property in America, on Miami Beach, overlooking Biscayne Bay in fact. His 33,000 square foot lot and 7,336 square foot pink home with 4 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, a pool, and a garage no doubt held many secrets. 5860 North Bay Road saw a lot of powder travel through in its day, but the government seized property spent 29 years off the market, quiet, reserved, and probably picked over by the feds. Still, it turns out the feds didn't uncover all of the mansion's secrets. Recently, the property's new owner decided to start off fresh. While his construction crew was in the process of demolishing the property, they came across something surprising, or perhaps Not so surprising if you know Escobar's history. With one wall left to be demolished, the construction worker who was running an excavator, Miguel Mato, discovered a gray safe inside. We had left one of the walls because they had to film a scene for the documentary. When I started to knock it down, a piece of rubble hit the foundation. The floor sunk and I saw it. Miguel recounted the event for the Miami Herald. It was something gray. I grabbed it with the excavator's claw, realized it was a safe, and started to yell to tell them. Well, some might believe this event to be staged. Christian de Bourgeois, one of the property owners and fast food chain founder of Chicken Kitchen, insists reality is stranger than fiction. This is real, Christian said. It's still locked. It's very, very heavy. We can't believe it. Now Pablito is my best friend. The documentary mentioned is Velopi. It investigates the history of Escobar's dealings in the mansion, which used to serve as a second home for the Colombian kingpin's runners and an area to offload all of his product. The property owners have yet to unlock the safe, so the contents inside continue to be a mystery. Whatever's inside must be heavy, as the 2x2 foot safe weighs around 600 to 700 pounds. The owner has a guess. I think it has gold or diamonds, he said. Who knows? Number 13. A bomb shelter. Imagine starting construction on a new soccer field only to find a mysterious, secret, below-ground shelter. That's exactly what happened in the Bay Area, across from the San Jose airport, where the San Jose Earthquakes professional soccer field was being built as construction crews began to dig to make way for the stadium without any idea what was underneath. The grand opening of the field was soon delayed. We thought it was a 6-inch concrete slab on the site, but when we got down there, we started finding stuff. They called them icebergs because they'd hit one and not even know how deep it was. San Jose Earthquakes president Dave Cavall said, what the so-called icebergs held up was a network of secret vaults and sub-vaults, 70 to be exact, with one as big as an Olympic pool. They're believed to be bomb shelters. One of the areas had a high water table, which filled one of the vaults with such a large volume of water that 600 tons of rocks were required to remove it. Although building your team's field over top of shelters doesn't sound like a great start, let's just hope the San Jose Earthquakes don't end up cursed forever by this bad luck. Number 12. The Terracotta Army. While constructing a well, a few lowly professional farmers in Shaanxi province were probably not expecting to happen upon one of the greatest archaeological discoveries of the 20th century, but they did. An emperor's tomb, and not just any tomb, Qin Shi Huang's tomb, one that housed an entire army. The centuries-old tomb was uncovered on March 29, 1974, as digging for the well was being done just shy of a mile east of this emperor's mound. The first emperor of China, who lived between 259 BC to 210 BC, has built himself a life-sized army to defend him in the unknown beyond. Although the discovery was no doubt incredible, fragments of the figures had been popping up in the region for centuries prior, but it was this bit of well digging by some farmers that uncovered the lot of it. The tomb itself contains high levels of mercury, so whatever is inside the pyramid-shaped chamber remains a mystery, while excavation is still underway, and the emperor's chamber and the contained treasures that may lie therein continue to mystify Chinese archaeologists. Tourists can visit the museum complex and experience the life-size specially carved figures for themselves. It houses an incredible underground network of caves, including a drainage system that was well ahead of its time. Number 11. A 1-ton bomb. A 620 kilogram or 1,300 pound bomb was discovered in Belgrade earlier this year. The 1-ton German bomb resulted in
When was this video uploaded? In 2017, flipping hell.
site excavation, as well as evacuating 1,200 folks who lived in the surrounding area. The capacity of this device could have destroyed the 400-meter plot of land on which it was found. They took the precautionary measure of constructing a bunker around the bomb prior to its extraction. Number 10. Medieval treasure. The UK isn't the only place to find medieval mysteries during construction. In Austria in 2007, a man was renovating his garden pool when he stumbled upon a real-life treasure trove buried in the construction site. Inside, 3 kilos or 6.6 pounds of over 200 rings, gold-plated silver plates, bejeweled belt buckles, and brooches that are estimated to be around 650 years old. The treasure included fossilized coral and additional jewels and ornaments. The medieval treasure trove is believed to include jewelry created specially for a royal court. The National Antiques Department and the Academy of Sciences were looking into the find. We have in front of us high-end products made for the highest consumer class of Central Europe. One of the Middle Age Academy members said, government experts have estimated that the current worth of the trove is around 100,000 euros. But where did this treasure come from? Why was it buried here in this man's backyard? Some officials believe the buried treasure was plundered by a pirate. Others believe it could have simply been buried by a trader who was hiding.
All that is 100,000 euros? Flipping hell. I believe it should be more.
Hiding the jewels away for safekeeping. The location of the treasure was along a main medieval trading route between Italy and Poland, so this could very well be the case. Who knows what happened to the trader after he put down the shovel? All we know for sure is he never returned. Number 9. A Mayan mural. Probably one of the most artistically incredible finds during a home renovation was a Guatemalan family's discovery of a series of incredible Mayan murals recovered beneath loads of paint on their home's walls. The powerful Mayan civilization flourished from 2000 BC to 250 AD. The Mayans made great advancements in mathematics, astronomy, architecture, and art. They're also known for rituals more dark and twisted. Cities in El Salvador, Guatemala, Mexico, and Honduras all have their roots in the Mayan civilization. As they chip the kitchen's wall plaster away above the stove, the Ramirez family found the colorful centuries-old murals, which were verified as authentic by archaeologists. Researchers have said the home is about 300 years old, similar to construction styles of the 17th and 18th centuries.
Wow.
A particularly interesting Mesoamerican mural showed a parade of vivid figures dressed in traditional Spanish and Mayan garb. Some of these figures appear to be grasping human hearts. The entire series seems to depict a so-called conquest dance. According to archaeologist William Saturno of Boston University, the conquest dance is a Mayan ritual that's still performed today, unfolding a depiction of the Spanish invasion and the conversion of the Mayans. Sadly, since the old plaster has become exposed to air, the paintings have started to fade. This is unfortunate, as the ancient work is rare. We don't get a lot of this type of artwork, Saturno said. It's not commonly preserved in the New World. Number 8. A 700-year-old mummy. In the city of Taichu in eastern China, beneath a road as construction was underway, the mummified woman from the Ming Dynasty was uncovered by the construction crew in 2011. That's a 700-year-old preserved body we're talking about. She was found submerged in brown liquid, standing a little under 5 feet. The incredibly well-preserved mystery woman must have been of the aristocracy, as she wore.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Sort you out some clothes.
Bit early, isn't it?
Oh no, I'm gonna get them ready.
Oh, I'm just trying to cover up the camera. I know what you're like, you don't like having your blooming face on camera. I was just covering the camera because my mum sometimes don't like having her face on camera.
Or jewelry, fine silk robes and slippers. Even more incredible was that her eyebrows and hair had also been preserved in full. The director of Tai Chu Museum estimated that she was from the Ming Dynasty after looking over her clothing, jewels, and mummified state. Don't know about you, but I wouldn't touch a mummy with a 10-foot pole. This crew has no idea what kind of curses are bound to follow. Number 7. A walrus in a box. As the norm in England, archaeological excavations are done prior to any construction. During one of these excavations on a construction site meant to renovate and expand London Street Station, a site similar to number 15 dating back from the 19th century, was found below the station. While this may seem strange enough, that's not even the most mysterious part. Amongst the 1,500 people was a 4-meter-long walrus inside a crate. Apparently, the walrus had a human family, as 8 sets of humans were discovered within the crate as well. The zoologist and archaeologist who studied this event don't have a clue where they came from. It's a bit of a mystery. Archaeologist Phil Emery told The Times, "We did some research to see if we could find any record of a walrus being dealt with, for example, by the London Zoological Society, but we drew a blank." Zoologist Alan Pipe of the Museum of London Archaeology remarked that this wasn't the first exotic animal that he's come across on his excavations across London, which have included wild cats and ostriches. Although we have considerable evidence of whales in London, from porpoises up to blue whales, in all my experience, we haven't had any other bones of walruses. In this case, they think it's more likely that whalers came upon the walrus and sold it for research and or trade. Their ivory tusks, for instance, might have went for a generous sum, and their skins were often used to buff metal. Beyond the mystery of how the walrus wound up in London and how it wound up below a station in a crate with other humans, this mystery may never be solved. Number 6. An escaped convict's uniform. Australia was once a prison colony, so it's probably not a huge surprise that convict uniforms were the fashion here, and Norfolk Bay Convict Station, built in 1838, served as a transport hub for both goods, convicts, and other folks. Norfolk Bay, with its relatively serene waters, led to Port Arthur, with its rocky shores. The prisoners were literal workhorses. They pulled heavy carts of passengers and goods by land from the Norfolk Station to Port Arthur, which was considered a safer mode of transport than weathering choppy waves atop rocky shores, although one wonders if the passengers felt that way, with hungry, angry convicts sweating and toiling for their benefit. Certainly, regular passengers were on some kind of hit list. When Port Arthur closed for good in 1877, the first inn appeared in place of Norfolk Bay Convict Station. In the 20th century, it became a B&B. During the renovation and reconstruction, a convict's uniform was happened upon, stashed away in the ceiling of the joint. It's believed that a runaway convict hid his uniform before making a daring escape. Only he knows if he made it back home or survived the outback's vast array of spiders, snakes, and other animals. Or maybe he took out one of the visitors on his hit list. Number 5. A witch bottle. In 2004, builders in Greenwich, London, stumbled upon one of the most sinister and wickedest finds ever discovered during construction, something known as a witch bottle. A witch bottle was a device that 16th and 17th century British people believed would ward off evil. Whenever someone in the household felt sick or was met with an unfortunate event, they would point their finger at the resident witch. To deflect witches' curses, people would hide the witch bottles in the walls. Doing so was supposed to make the spell rebound back on the witch. Alan Massey, a retired chemist familiar with the witchy bottles, has said, the theory was that the nails and the bent pins would aggravate the witch when she passed water and torment her so badly that she would take the spell back off you. The wine jug found during redevelopment has been studied by scientists. Somewhere around 200 bottles have been discovered over time, but this is the first one whose contents is completely undisturbed. As archaeologists dug up the bottle, which was 1.5 meters underground, the sounds it made when it was shaken indicated that there was liquid and metal inside. X-rays showed nails and pins in the neck of the jug. Additionally, there was hair, navel fluff, fingernails, and a leather heart pierced by a nail. Sulfur or brimstone had also been mixed in. So many have been dug up and their contents washed away down the sink, Massey said. This is the first one that has been opened scientifically. Number 4. A sword in a well. King Arthur's not the only one to find Excalibur in England. Colin Steer was replacing floor joists in his home when he discovered 2 mysterious and perhaps magical things: a medieval well, and in the well, a sword. There had always been a bit of a divot in the living room floor, but it wasn't until Steer decided to do some home construction that he uncovered the deep shaft beneath the floorboards. The brick shaft was filled with dirt, so Steer started digging. He only got about 1 foot deep when his wife made him stop his mission, but the mysterious shaft never left Steer's mind. When he retired, he got some friends together to help excavate the hole, which they later discovered was a 16th century well that was 17 feet deep. The well even appears on 16th century plans of the plot of land. The best was yet to come, however. During their digging, the men found an ancient rusted sword. Its placement with the blade stuck between the well shaft's bricks made some believe that the sword owner may have been trying to climb out of the well. Steer may have very well uncovered history, but in doing so, he may have also let a ghostly knight out of his deep dark well. I'd lock that thing back up if I were him. Number 3. A medieval English mansion. In Somerset, England, construction was beginning on a housing development. As is routine in England, an archaeological dig was done in the area prior to construction. While normally records indicate whether or not structures will be uncovered in just such an excavation, this one turned up a mystery that wasn't on record: a 12th century medieval mansion. Although the foundation of the mansion remained, as you can imagine, archaeologists were flying high with the spectacular discovery. The Somerset Country Council Senior Historic Environment Officer stated, "This sort of thing turning up, a large medieval building of such high status, without any surviving historical records, it's exceptionally mysterious and strange. It looks as if it's a previously unrecorded, undocumented, high status ecclesiastical manor house. Some things are as rare as hen's teeth. How could a manor that's 900 years old be wiped off the map, only to reappear in history on a modern-day construction site? What we do know is that the stone foundation indicates the owners were affluent and the mansion was large and grand. Other than the foundation, not many other materials were found on the excavation site. Elaborate floor tiles and glazed ceramic roof tiles again confirm the property's impressive nature. By thus far, we can only guess what the buildings were, who they belonged to, and what their purposes may have been. The building complex may have belonged to a medieval, aristocratic family, as one of the tiles found indicates a shield motif that has been linked to St. Barb, a family who lived in Somerset and whose ancestors belonged to Queen Elizabeth I's court in the late 1500s. These are only conjectures, however. Whatever the case, the mysterious mansion is astounding. Bob Davis, the senior buildings archaeologist at Wessex, said, "This is a significant..."
For the last few days, guys, I just want to mention, I keep smelling some weird smells, and I don't know if that's just my imagination playing with me, or if I am genuinely smelling something. I'm a little worried because I hope it's not my imagination playing with me, because from what I've heard, apparently if your imagination starts playing with you with some weird smells, that eventually you can go into a state of sanity or whatever, as in go go insane and crazy and all that, and I hope that doesn't happen to me, because I've been smelling weird smells for the last 2 days. Well, since last night actually, because whilst I was having a shower last night, I kept smelling some weird not sick, I can't explain it, but it was some weird burning smell, and it got to the point where it actually made me start to feel sick whilst I was in the shower. And what I got out of the shower, I told my mum, and I could smell it from, I could smell it in the living room, I couldn't smell it in the kitchen, but I could smell it everywhere else, which got me a smidge bit worried, but I mean, I can't smell it now, but I just not long ago smelt something weird, like it was like new wood or whatever. It's definitely not my desk, because that has no smell to it. It was somewhere around here. Like, I can't really explain it, but I could just smell it, and it smelled really weird, like new wood. But I can't explain it.
Significant find, and therefore very exciting, particularly as there are no documentary records that such a site ever existed here.
Oh, smell it
Number
again.
2, the port of Theodosius. When you're drilling for an underground rail tunnel, you don't expect to happen upon an ancient Byzantine port that's over 1,500 years old, but that's what happened in Istanbul, as engineers discovered some incredible ruins of the past. As with any other once prosperous empirical city, Istanbul is full of relics, but it wasn't until 2006 that engineers stumbled upon the port of Theodosius in the Yenkapi neighborhood. The archaeological dig of the famous ancient port is turning out to be the biggest in the city's history. The revelations thus far are pretty incredible. 8 sunken ships, a gated entrance, and a church hall have all been discovered amongst the ruins. The boats provide some historical missing link into shipbuilding, fusing old technologies with new ones. In its build, more mysteries are bound to be uncovered amongst the 4x2x3 city blocks across, which archaeologists are tolling.
I can feel my eyes going a little dizzy and feeling weird. Hold on a minute. Who's my mum talking to?
You're not dressed yet. Get dressed. I don't care, Mum. He's not dressed. What the? Get off my top, Stram. It's too big. You pull my top down, you see my arm? Guess what? Get back and turn it.
I'm just watching videos of hauntings and all that at the minute.
Hi guys!
This is my sister Lucy. I've spoken about on YouTube before.
So what's all this do then? Oh God.
I know, right? It's annoying. What does what do?
Look. Mystery things found during construction.
It's not just stuff like that I watch, like stuff about Reddit, 15 videos you need to see to believe.
Cool.
Top 15 dark secret confessions live on TV. All that sort of weird stuff I watch.
I watch it sometimes. Bye guys.
Weird stuff like that you can blame Mum for, because she got me into that, didn't she? Bye, guys. Bye. Ah. Oh yeah, my bottle. I need. Oh. Bloody hell, we're going soon. I thought we would have finished ages ago. But not. No.
No, it was a Thursday, weren't it? It was a Thursday and a Wednesday.
Oh, leave Bella alone. Oh my god, it's trying to kill me. I have absolutely no clue what's going on at the minute. I'll watch the rest of this and then I'll have to end it here, guys. I mean, I was going to end it here anyway because my bum is bloody killing me from this chair.
Away. Of course, structures aren't the only things to be found. Clay pots, trade goods, and ancient bones are being cataloged by the minute. We found things that shed important light on the history of Istanbul, said the archaeological project lead. It's not every day you stumble upon a mysterious ancient port during construction, so dig deep, and who knows what else will be discovered. Before we get to number 1,
I always skip the
because we have
all this bit anyway, so
it's no secret.
Why does my voice kind of sound like his? Dylan is chilling, YT, number 15. I'm not even putting on this voice, by the way. I'm legit. This is my voice is legitimately gone like this for no reason. Maybe clearing it might. No, not really.
That Vikings weren't known to be the nicest and friendliest of people. So it's no wonder the tangled up pit of 51 of them were discovered in southern England. The 1,000-year-old pit was filled with Vikings who had had their heads removed, though they were in the pit with them. The discovery took place during an archaeological survey done before road construction. Archaeologists are trying to identify the men who are believed to be Viking invaders, which the English had been battling. This battle didn't go well for the Vikings, unfortunately, as evident with this discovery. England, at this point in history, had been split between two factions. The West and South were settled by the Germanic Anglo-Saxons, while the East and North were settled by the Danish. The Anglo-Saxons had colonized and founded the country of Great Britain. Needless to say, no Vikings were wanted here. The hilltop pit was the norm for the Anglo-Saxons and indicates that locals likely battled the Vikings. If they were believed to be victims of the Vikings, they'd be scattered all over. Locations like this are classic sites in late Saxon and medieval times, scores said. If you're a Viking raider, you're much more likely to leave people where you drop them in the town or on the beach. Thanks for checking out this video. Be sure to subscribe because...
Wow, bloody hell. Right, I'm gonna have to end it here, guys. As you can see, I'm already tying up my chargers to go out in a bit and watch the lights be turned on and everything. Normally we don't do this, but for some reason we've all decided to do it this year. I mean, I didn't decide to it, I didn't agree to it, but I find it, I just find it a nice pretty idea and stuff. As you can see, I always leave things to the last minute, clearly, so I'm gonna have to go. So, plug in! There we go. Right, thank you guys so much for watching this live stream. I'm just about to get dressed right now. All my clothes are here, ready for me, and my shirt there at the back. So, yeah, thank you guys so much for watching this live stream. I hope you enjoyed this live stream. Give it a thumbs up if you did. Yeah! Yeah! Not yet! I am! I'm ending it! Look, like I said, I hope you enjoyed it. Give it a thumbs up, like, comment and subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next live stream. Bye!